Hello. How are you doing? So yeah, this game's gonna be off Game Pass I think tomorrow. So I thought I might as well try it out while there's still time because I had it downloaded. And it seems like a chill little game. But yeah, we'll see how it actually is. Oh, of course we're gonna go with new game. Not sure how it's gonna be different from Sandbox, but this is your new workshop where many amazing weapons and tools will be crafted. Okay. We don't have anyone to help out yet. Let's hire our first blacksmith. Gains less XP, walks faster. Ingot, more for wood, lower wage. That's a lower wage, but he's still. Oh, is that the level? Buddy. So wait, he processes ingots faster, but he doesn't have thing here. That's right. Takes longer for wood, but he has carpenting. Maybe. Ox. Guess I'll get this. Whatever. Amazing, we're prepared to start production now. Are we? Expand your business, you need to make money first. For now, the only way to do that is to complete merchant offers, okay? Requires a maze. What? Does he do it by himself? I have to do nothing? No. Speed it up. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's collect the reward. Complete. $80. You will need to open the mastery tree. Oh. Whenever your blacksmiths craft an item of appropriate quality, you get closer to unlocking a new mastery. See your next goal at the top of this menu. Common 0 2. You can unlock carpentry. Okay. When 2 more common items are crafted, next mastery. Once you have carpentry, you're missing only one tool to be able to craft wooden items, a carpentry workbench. Carpentry table. Okay. I mean, there's the wood. Probably be next to that, I assume. That would be a good idea. Right? Great work. Let's add one more touch before we finish by naming your workshop. Message board. What do we name it? Hey, Happy, thanks for the lurk. Will Blacksmith. Sure. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. This again. Just remember to keep completing merchant offers. That's how you progress. I mean, they do that by themselves, as far as I'm aware. Of course, Happy. I always try to remember it, but more often than not, I forget to shout out people. Complete. Choose. Anchored. Kitchen knife. 220, huh? Ooh. This. And I guess these all take 1 ingot. Sure. Yeah, I got a mastery point. What's this? Staff. Enables hiring. Yeah, sounds good. 15 next. We still gotta talk about the scent for your candle at some point. Of course, my DMs are open. Just unlock the ability to hire more staff, which will help you scale up your production. You can only hire blacksmiths. Workers need benches to sit down. FBI, open up! Hey, Rebel. I just keep forgetting about it. No problem, Harpy. That's perfectly fine. Since you already have 1 bench, let's go and hire 2 more blacksmiths right away. Okay. Hire. Blacksmith. Consumer has different stats for walking speed, working with metal, and working with wood. Positive and negative trait. You Americans, and you're waking up late in the evening. For me, at least. The higher employees, you need to pay tax. Which rises with the total number of employees. What's this? Ingots. Slower while using a furnace. But faster than anvil. Slower than anvil gains more XP. That doesn't sound too bad. Carpentry. Let's get the XP one. And we got a free refresh. Higher wage. Take another XP one, why not? Scaling. Man, you said. And of course you know. Hey Nezzy, how are you? Everyone here is purple in this chat. Y'all gotta diversify. 11 a.m. for me. But to be fair, I didn't go to bed until 1 a.m. Damn. I mean, same, but... Oh. Now you're not all purple. Now you're all pink. What the fuck? What happened? What happened? No, not 2 of you are pink. I was just kidding. Pick whatever color you like, please. You don't have to change just because... you're doing okay. Oh, glad to hear. Purple motherfucker gotta pay. Now Rebel is pink too. Very diversified. Now everyone's pink instead of purple. Like mother, like daughter. True. The music got louder in the game. I feel like it got louder. Let me turn it down a bit. Oop, didn't mean to. Do not turn the camera. You've successfully increased your workforce. You're ready to continue. Yeah, switched back. I feel weird being pink. Fair enough. Complete this. What's the exclamation mark? Staff. Staff bench. Okay. Guess I got one of them's. I guess. Oh, +3. Oh, one bench is for 3 staff. Okay. I was gonna go green, but I was like, nah. Your name gives off green or purple vibes to me. Erica, how you doing? Speaking of green. Well, where? Does it give you one too? Well, I still remember to do it. Of course, of course. I always try to remember to do it, but I forget it most of the time. Oh, god damn it, that was purple, green, and black were my main colors on my model for a while. Ooh. Didn't know about the green. Green is my favorite color. That's why I'm green and shade. Purple, green, white, and black. Wait, green? I don't remember seeing green on your model, Rebel. Oh, your eyes. It was a soft accent. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Mostly pink and purple. Yep. I know that one. Oh, wait for tomorrow. Pay to refresh. I had to change the green because whenever I would go... I would color up with Zany, it would become completely see-through. Oh. What? You don't need to make green see-through as a VTuber with YouTube Studio. You can just have no background in your capture. Then again, I don't have my model look completely narrowed down yet. Oh. Maria found out the cat head for the logo. I made her fit on the bottom of her choker chain. And she said she cried. Yeah, you're gonna hear that a lot from Maria. Alright, thanks for stopping by and looking, Nezzy. Yeah, she cries really easy. Oh yeah, go for it now. Sure. Oh, we can research something. What's this? One more merchant offer slot. Scholars. Improving blueprint. Smelting. Iron mine. Build walls and floors. Who can transport items? Get the iron mine. You haven't hired any miners. Do not misunderstand that. Not those miners. No one want to get out of bed but coffee. Well, what do you have a fiance for? Get him to bring you coffee to bed. Boy, study. Anyways, I go now. Good luck. Thanks, Nazi. And have a nice nap, hopefully. I'm gonna have pasta for dinner. Nice. He's at work. How dare he? How dare he earn money to support his family? Huh? I can kind of take control of the blacksmith? Why would I want that? How do I hire... miners. Miner. Rests faster, less stamina. I feel like these cancel each other out, kinda. Let's get that one. He does it normally though when he's not on the weekends. Do what I do and make the coffee before you go to sleep, store it in the fridge, and bam, you got some nice cold iced coffee in the morning. Well, there's more to iced coffee than just coffee, right? Usually you put like some vanilla ice cream or something in it. Oh, the pay increased by a lot, huh? Tomahawk. Boop. Boop. Why is no one working the wood bench? Come on, you lazy bumps. Vanilla ice cream and iced coffee? What kind of rich ass shit? Well, that's why it's called iced coffee, because there's ice in it. Maybe weird, but my first cup of the day always has to be hot. No, that's I think that's most people. Also, coffee is probably more expensive than ice cream, let's be honest. May have to do with the fact that I have a really sore throat in the mornings. Lucky fiance, I guess. My iced coffee is just the coffee and ice, nothing more. Sometimes some coffee creamer, but that's only if I'm getting it at a coffee place. I see. What's the blueprints thing? Collected today. First thing tomorrow, I see. Will he be mining? I don't know if I should get more miners or if this is okay like this. Wait, there's something I can put here? Torch decoration. Rest area. That's this thing. We already got that. Freight elevators. I think this thing. Pickaxe rack. Well, he has a pickaxe. Let's see a rack. Oh, it's fine. As I've got no life found, I enjoy just a plain black coffee taste, and coffee creamer usually just makes it taste too sweet. How it was for me when I was working, like I'd only drink coffee at work, not at home. And I'd always drink it black because the bitterness actually woke me up more than the coffee itself. Now feel fancy with mine. Add cream sugar, chocolate caramel sauce, cold foam, and cinnamon. Damn, that sounds good. Got a little Starbucks at home. Yeah, that does sound fancy. Now I just wait for them to craft. Why is no one working the wood thing for these? Come on. You don't have to wait. How much do I need? 30. Fancy, but nothing wrong with that. Yeah, exactly. My kitchen wasn't a disaster all the time. I probably tried. Oh, the TikTok. Okay. On Coffee Talk. I mean, it's up to you to make it into not a disaster. Then you could do it, right? If you want to. That's probably just not a priority. I feel like Odor would be flabbergasted at water talk? The fuck? The fuck's water talk? I think you forget I have 2 children. I cook most of the time. I didn't forget that. But I understand. Look, I can hire more, man. Okay. Get this guy. Get another miner. Sure. I have also been suffering from task paralysis. Oh, I know that feeling, yeah. That's rare. Water talk is the side of TikTok where people add water enhancers, water flavorings like me and stuff, to their water and make their water fancy. The climber can't drink it just plain water and shit, so they keep putting tons of syrups and flavorings in it every day, all day. Yeah, but how's that content? That's ridiculous. Can I buy ingots? Is that a thing? Ingot storage? I guess not. Oh, can I? Ah, here we go. It's content to other water talk people. How are these people a thing? Anything you to do it yourself, brainwashing type shit. It's kind of like the same side as restocking content. What? Stay on crazy crochet talk. Well, these people do something there, right? When they crochet, at least they got something to show. Like I'm adding syrup to my water isn't really. There's nothing. Restocking content. What? People restocking their stores? Listen, I know nothing about TikTok, okay? The only TikToks I've watched is when you or Zany sent me some brain dead, like, brainwashed shit from TikTok. So restocking is people restocking their guest bathrooms or fridges and shit with themed items or organizers. Very, very wasteful stuff because they usually do a new thing every few days. Oh, is that what you when you show the thing you showed me when like a woman was restocking her children's fridge? Kinda like that? With all kinds of bullshit that would go bad before the child could ever eat it? Okay, now we can smell ingots from the ore we mined. Produces ingots. All of that is handled by your assistants. Oh fuck! Now I need to unlock assistants before I can do that. God damn it! Cleaning supplies restocking, at least like the ones for the laundry room. Very big side of TikTok. It's usually either selling you something or being wasteful for content. Probably the latter. Actually, probably both at once. If I had to take a guess. I do get it. Because it like... It plays like with people's OCD, right? Like, oh, look how neatly everything fits and stuff like that. So I get it in that sense. Can I move this? Sorry. No, this wasn't as close as it could be. Okay. Aha, there we go. Any particular site you need for interacting? No? Okay. What do you mean 0? I have 0 ores. Oh, and then I need a smelter too. Oh, I thought it would be going there. So I'm gonna need walls or some shit too. And let's put you here. Yeah? Oh. Okay. So can I like expand? What's this? Carpet. Let's see. Especially when I fill the container completely, yeah. Like if it was the normal pace and everything was used up and preferably recycled before the restock, that's fine. But I do it before I even get through a quarter of the restock. Yeah, of course. I mean, I've seen that. I've told you that when you showed me the fridge video. I said it's a huge waste.
Hello, motherfucker.
Ooh, level up. How do I level up? 2 skill points. Guess get one on walking. And woodworking. Cool. And hey Zany, how you doing? People are explaining
1 hour later.
Stupid TikTok trends to me. There's no assistance. Yeah, I know. Why is the ore crate empty? Where's the ore mining going? Huh? I put it in the lift. Oh. Where it? Oh, I can get the assistant. Okay, there we go. Restock. Ah, okay, they do that too. Probably should get a couple of those. Walking fast definitely seems good for them. Get 2 of them. What's with TikTok trends? Oh, explaining coffee talk, water talk, restock talk. Yeah, all the talks. I find that very toxic. Get it? I know. Great. Good joke. Good joke. Very good joke. Okay, that one was funny. Ha ha ha, not funny. Okay, that one was funny. What is it, huh? Make up your minds. Assistant bringing in the shit. You don't have an item chest. What? Item chest? Source crafted items. Why would I give a shit? Just put it in there. Whatever. I'll put one in. Do we have everything now? What are you? You're the assistant. Why aren't they bringing... Where's the ore going? Why is the crate empty? I'm mining. To the warehouse. Where the fuck's the warehouse? Huh? SMH Bro doesn't even have an item chest. Didn't you had a react thing on your... Oh yeah, but I removed it because it was never used. Was used twice and only once it was actually... One was just recon being like, I got these points, I just wanna get rid of them. He didn't even have a video to react. What? I wanna buy them. Whatever, let's 10 again. What? What are these miners good for then? Oh. I don't get it. Is warehouse something I need to research? Extra card, scholars. Maybe construction. Maybe I need this to make a warehouse. Basement. Second floor, first floor. Whatever. You're still tired. React to the new TikToks from me. You're still tired. Is it more first trap stuff? I'll send you the links on. I'm doing this. Why aren't you smelting? So now with the item chest, the problem is they just put their shit into the item chest. Then this dude stands up, takes it out, and then brings it here. Yeah, iron ingots. So in the end, this is useless. First one you will like, and the second one is like, yeah, I know. Okay. How do you like the name of my blacksmith store? It's great, isn't it? No assistance using smelters. I know! That's the problem. Wait, do I... Oh, craft ingots. There we go. And this one's trans... Oh, restock resource. Oh. So I need a third one. Right, they still put their shit in there? Yeah, okay, I need... I will, Danny. Give me give me a little bit of time. Need to fix this shit. Now I get it. Two extra items. Walk that. And now we got one for each. Craft for merchants, craft for wrecks, trade routes, iron mine. So now one should restock this. One should smelt, and one should pick up the items and bring them here. Yeah. Good. This is way... Yeah, please. Let's see, let's go. Oop. All right, before I forget it. Oop.
I just found out. You know when the love real win?
It's not your voice.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't. And that really pisses me off.
I don't get it.
I just found out. You know when the love real win? Yeah, I don't know either. I don't. And that really pisses me off.
I don't get it. Oh. Into the next one, I guess. Ooh, what? Photosensitive warning. Hold on. Is that the next one that you sent me? Guess so. Yeah, it's the same. Why
He says I'm a slut, cause I suck dick a lot. I don't give a fuck about the taste, just feed me some nut. It feels warm in my gut, makes my tummy burn hot.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Zany. Hey, Roy, how you doing? I don't get the first one. Workers are still busy. Well, they should be. Oh, I didn't get the... Maybe I clicked it away. Oh, that's the warehouse. You bring that shit here. You got a knife? Nice. Ooh, 2K. Actually, no. Don't have enough iron ingots. I got 90 ores in there. Can you help? How many are you carrying? Oh, you're not even the restocker. You're just the smelter. Where? You lazy bum. You mean oak wood? Restock the fucking ore. Moron. Hello, mother of the vortex. She is mother of the vortex. I've been here since you. Yeah, she was the first one in chat. Number one. What else do we have? 25 for 1650, 27 for 1970. 27 for 2K. Like the best one. I feel like there's an imbalance here. The smelting and the actual making of stuff. Oop, level ups. Get you onto 222. And you need some walk speed and some this. Okay, there you go. Alan. Ding 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 ding. Oh, we got another research point. Okay, so we don't need this for the warehouse, but we can unlock a store if we get this. One more merchant offers dollars. You know what? That's not fun. To upgrade blueprints, which increase the selling price of your items, you need to earn design points. Here's how. Buy a design table, hire a scholar, wait for scholars to generate design points, spend design points to upgrade a quality. Getting kind of cramped in here. Yeah. Shit. Go there. Oh, god damn it. We can put this here. It's all in use. Actually, I can just wait till the end of the day. There we go. Plus 1442. Actually, even more. Okay, now we can move some shit around. This. Put the slab dab in the middle. Whatever. Now I need to hire a scholar. What are these then? Generates 10% more design points when using a chalkboard. What? When using a bookshelf. Using schematic scrolls. Just in general. Let's take this dude. You should check out where the wind meets. Might be something you like. Where the wind meets. It's a Chinese game. Let's see, cinematic. This gameplay. Gameplay. Oh. You just stepped on a person and jumped up. What the fuck? But what? Hold on. Staffing waste. Energy pool, radiance, convergence, abundance. What the fuck? Oh, he time stopped him. I mean, it looks cool. Also runs at like 15 FPS in their own trailer, which is not a good sign. At least on Steam it does. But yeah, it looks cool. Let me add it to my wish list for now. Open desktop app. There we go. Yeah, looks cool. Comes out today. Free for preload, yeah. Wait, free to play. Now I get suspicious. Because they're gonna need to make money somehow. Especially since it's NetEase. $70 design points. 60. 60, 60, 60, 50, 40. Okay, the wooden scoop is the least expensive one. Adjacent design table for collaboration purpose. Wait, do they all have this stuff?
Faridula simanet, doni poina volinet, pina sami maniset, dana fonsulobo.
It's an online game, I believe. Oh. Didn't look like it in the trailers, but say so it's probably true. Me. Oh fuck. Locked. Man, 3 out of 5 things are locked. What the fuck? Level up. My miner. Mining. Or I can't keep up with mining. It's also all just iron stuff. Should have gotten the one that can carry more things. At least we need to restock less. X is definitely construction. We need to expand. I'm sending you a Steam store link to a game coming soon that looks funny as fuck. Alright, well, good thing that they just sent it. I can look at it. Let's see. We gotta go. What do we have there? I'll scare the crap out of you. Well, I somehow doubt it. Reach the only bathroom in a haunted mansion before your bowels betray you. What the fuck? Scavenge for items, fend off ghosts, fight through cursed halls. A sweet relief. I'm not sure about that one. Maybe? That dude turned into poop. Maybe it's fun. Oh, I see the ghost stuff. That's definitely not scary. Oh, scare the crap out of you as a joke on because you gotta find toilet. Oh, what's this? You know, like a shit meter. Maybe. I mean, I'd be down to try it out at least. If it's not too expensive. Doesn't have a price on Steam yet. Or we should wishlist it for now, just to keep an eye on it. But I'm not sold yet. Thanks for the lurk, Happy. Oh shit, simulator. But yeah, I'll be down to check it out at least. Clearly getting bottlenecked here. Probably the emblem. Seems like. Or second anvil maybe. Once we expand. A second table with a second scholar. Since apparently they get a bonus. Huh? Ooh, wait. Ooh. Got less money? 124 design points, I'll take it. Now, like, prioritize this or something. Oh, high priority. There we go. Oh, people level up. You're the smelting guy, huh? Okay. Wait, you walk faster? Walk faster? Walks faster. Okay, everyone walks faster here. Oh, and I'll do this. Okay, whatever. I think he only takes one at a time anyways. Yeah. It doesn't really matter. But as for the dude that actually picks up these, and most of all this dude. That gets stuff out of the warehouse. Him or her. 4 items, there we go. Like Schmitz. Miner. More mining. Yeah. I don't even know how I made income today. Oh, I guess I got one thing then. Ah, there we go. So now, there we go. Now we can expand. Not even expensive. Let's expand this direction too. There we go. And boom. Where do I get this flooring? That's definitely not a rock. Oh, there, floor. This? Nope, it's not. But I'll take it. A wall. Way better. Now we got all the space. Okay. Let's see. This is fine. On you. Put you there. Actually, you there. Get second anvil. Maybe I should get 2 of each. That might be good. Oh. Oop. So now that's faster. Your walking speed is irrelevant. Second design table. Just put it there. So they can just boop, boop. Put the smelter close by. Yeah, I could take it away while they're sitting on it. Right. Oops. Ba, 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 ba. Get carpentry table just in case. And we need I'd get some more benches for the future. What the fuck? Why wouldn't these change? Come on. Does that mean? Oh, who cares about the outside? Lights. Probably. Item must be placed next to a pillar. Oh. Seems kind of weird, but sure. Huh? That is a pillar. There you go. Everything's lit. And actually, you probably want somewhat. And I have a scholar. Sure. Hmm. This maybe? I don't know. good on miners. Almost done with this. There we go. New blueprint. Ooh. Wait, what? What's this? An elite worker. Hiring new workers cost less. Blueprint upgrades cost less. Bonus from the customers from decorations is higher. There's a bonus for decorations? Oh, give me this. Oh, someone leveled up. Oh, it's all iron stuff. But... Tomahawk. Increase the selling price. Oh, it increases the rarity too. I see. What else do we have here? Maces. Oh, let's just get the big bonds. This contents of this chest are unknown. Oh, we can do this though. New wall paint. I don't care. I'll take it. Guess get another assistant. You can carry extra stuff. That's exactly what you're gonna do. Wait. But I know. Ooh, my scholar leveled up. 2% bonus to design point. Oh. Do. Bring it. Maybe I should get a second smelter. There we go. Wooden scoop, sure. What? Prioritize this. Only needs 3 more. Oh, no, never mind, we're done. What blueprint did we get? New floor type. Cool. Huh? Oh, new blueprint. Ah, butcher knife, metal scoop. I mean, this takes the same resources, but it's just worth more. Then I should restock this sometimes. Even with that. Hold on. 2, 2, 4. Let's put you on transfer items and you on getting and to carry more stuff. Oh, never mind. Go like that. Oh, complete. All paint. Why is everything paint? I don't even get contracts for wood and stuff. Ooh, loot box. Get the loot box. Oh, we get wood and stuff. There we go. We'll level up. You only smelled one anyways, so I guess walk speed. I think I found what I'm doing for your candles and ooh. What is it gonna be? Come on, one of you idiots can do wood. What's going on here? I have nothing. Pickaxe. Even do. Increases health points of rock. What the fuck is this? Hell? I don't even know what this is. This... Just found out my government completely stopped minting pennies, and the pennies cost 3 cents to mint, costing taxpayer more than $179 million a year. So now the country is going through a penny shortage, even though there's over 2 billion pennies in circulation. I still have to come up with a name. I mean, it makes sense, right? If a penny costs 3 pennies to mint, like... yeah, probably not that good. Still have to come up with a name, or you can. But it's a mix of black cherry, champagne snow, and down the chimney. I mean, I can imagine what black cherry smells like, but the other two, down the chimney. Apparently, nickels are next on the chopping block because they cost 13 cents to make. Then I get rid of 20 pennies in 2012. Well, the problem is, if you get rid of pennies, right, you can't really have you have to adjust the prices, right? Like, you can't sell anything for 0.99 anymore, since it would, like, if you paid with $1, you'd get a penny back, right? That's kind of the issue with that. So I should have kept the Canadian pennies I found a few years ago. Down the chimney has vanilla, warm leather, and aged bourbon oak. Ooh, that sounds good. Sounds very manly. They're probably worth nothing. I mean, there's like collectors of like coins and stuff. Horse painting. Plant. What is this? Another chest. Get me some honey. I want the loot box. Prioritize. Oh, we have no wood. That doesn't mean that every single one of you should stand here. I got 2 workstations. It would be enough if 2 of you went here. Well, no. We have taxes on the dollar on purchases, and the tax varies by what county you're in, so you can't pay with just $1 and get a penny back. It's 7 cents, so 99-cent item costs 106. This isn't stupid, just included in the price. Champagne Snow has pear prosecco, iced winter berries, and sugar crystals. Pear prosecco. Never drank much prosecco. Now that I think about it, I think I maybe tried it once. What are let me Google. What are winter berries? What do we call it here? I don't think I ever tried that. Oh, native to North America. Ah, that makes sense. But I never had them. I wonder what they smell like. So yeah, I have actually 0 reference for that. But yeah, sounds good. Feel like we live. But as for the penny being discontinued, businesses are already having to either round down to the nearest nickel, costing them money, or rounding up, which is probably what they're gonna do, and asking for the rest to go to donations. And 10 states have already made rounding up illegal. Oh. So most places are probably going to go cashless in the next 10 years. I mean, yeah, that's gonna happen. Doesn't matter if the penny's discontinued or not, or whatever. That's gonna happen regardless. Feel like we live in the same state at this point because where I am, sales tax is 7.25%. We got something similar. I think it's like 18% here or something, but it's included in the price. Like if you buy something for 99 cents, the tax is already included in that over here. What are you doing? You're crafting ingots. Be faster, boy. Mm-hmm. Oh, you can. Oh. Oh. Okay, so metal items. You can have wood items since I didn't specialize you yet. I think that's you. Wood items. You also wood items and the rest metal item. Prefer. Yeah. Okay, cool. This dude leveled up. Probably just similar county taxes, to be honest. Another county near here has 6% sales tax, and now it's 5. I don't pay taxes law because I'm native. We got a status card. Damn. And well, we're American. If we include tax in the sale transaction, it would be capitalism. Yeah, it would be. What? How would that not be capitalism? It's just, you know, it just makes you know what it costs without doing math. Damn, 6K, hell yeah. What is this? A banner. Oh shit, I don't have the blueprint for this. Yeah, reject. Give me money instead. Oh, we got a research point. Hiring more skilled workers. 500 coins cheaper to hire new workers. Basement. Oak forest. Ooh. Can be used by 2 blacksmiths simultaneously or smelt more ingots. Copper mine. But I would need this also. Coin minting? So I can just straight up make money later. Small smelter too. Let's go for this. I mean, we got a pretty good stock here. Stockpile that. This actually, oh yeah, it is a new thing. Okay, can I upgrade this? Oh yeah, I can upgrade. This prop can't. Oh, because currently new. Okay. Can upgrade this one. Then we wait. So this bitch is done. And now we upgrade this one. There we go. Wait, oh. Now we good. Sure, give me the floor type, whatever. Because I'm native, I say 7% on each 100 spend. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot, like, eventually. Like, that shit's gonna add up. Knowing your county sales tax and knowing exactly how much you're gonna need is like a rite of passage. I mean, I know my tax is like 18%. But most people just pay either with card or over what they need to pay and just get the change back from giving an even dollar bill amount. How do you feel about the name Rustic Heroism? Ooh. Ooh. Let me think about that for a while. Let me sit on that for a while. Rustic Heroism. Yeah, no, what's this? More XP. That's XP. Rustic. Oh, you have it in your wax warmer right now, and it's heavenly. I'd even buy the candle. I like the sound. I like how it says lay off, not fire. Yeah, right. When do you do wooden items? Okay, there you go. It's only $10 if you buy from me, and that's a big bag. I mean, I'd buy one, but delivering to Europe is probably gonna be expensive. I'd probably need to pay more for delivery than the actual candle itself. What do you do? Wooden items. There you go. And yeah, feel free to link the shop link if you have one. Or maybe it's on your Ko-Fi, I don't know. Feel free. Ah. Anything else I need to do here? I think I should expand even more, maybe. Maybe get another blacksmiths. Especially if I'm gonna go into like getting a shop. Let's get 2 more. Takes longer to process an ingot. You can do woodworking then. You do metalworking. Okay. Wooden items. Rustic heroism. Can I think of something better is the question. And so far the answer is no. see. My biggest problem is finding ones that my mom also likes, so we end up sniffing everything together in the candlelight. I'm glad I don't have that problem. Because I actually use scented candles myself. Oh. Osala, I wouldn't ask you to cover the shipping. I'd be more than happy to cover that cost for you. I can expect that of you. Come on. I feel my soul. Oh, yeah. Oh, you got even more people to look out for with the smell. You got your fiance, your children. Everyone needs to be okay with the smell. And then when spring comes around, I need to find a new scent. But for next summer, I have a nice watermelon one. I don't usually go for the fruity ones. Cookie scents. Oh, yeah, I like the Christmassy ones too. Might use my frosted lemon cookie scent for spring. It smells like Fruit Loops. It makes the whole house have cozy vibes. Yeah, that's why I like my candles and wax melts. They're really headache-free. All headache-free. And they're soy-based. Really? You can make candles out of soy? Can't you? What can you not make out of soy? Jesus. Alright, the smelting's going good. That's for sure. Oh, there we go. Get medium furnace. So we can actually keep up with the smelting. Oh, what's that? Natural plants in range of 10 meters give 5% bonus to design tables. Design tables that have carpets below have 40% bonus. Oh, interesting. Smelting to... No, not smelting. Medium furnace. What? I can't upgrade these? Oh man. They're probably bigger. Yeah, okay, it's almost twice this. It's 1.5 times the size. Okay. Sell. Why don't I make it like this? Put 2 of these, bip and bip, and then we can put these here. So there we go. Middle. Yeah. Decoration. Oh, the banner, right. Huh? What? Can I just... Okay. Pillar. Oh, there's already a torch there. There you go. Let's see. Most candles these days are either wax or soy. I mean, yeah, of course, wax. The majority of them are becoming soy because it's easier to melt and it's easier to make more sustainable. Really? Does it say on this? No, it doesn't. There's no description on this. Is it underneath, maybe? Nope, that's a home page. And an address. Yeah, no idea what this is made out of. Easier to make sustainable, but yeah, No, the headache issue isn't a big problem for me and my mom. It's more we both like different scent notes and have a hard time finding ones we agree on. Thinking about reaching out to the local honey farm. Ooh, that's cool. Always do a big always send a big sample pack. I mean, that would be good promotional material. Beeswax candles can get expensive, but I prefer beeswax or soy candles because I know they are more biodegradable. I mean, they melt and, you know, anyways. I'm sure wax is also biodegradable, right? But yeah, I mean, if Happy can get it from the local bee farm, like directly, it might not be as expensive for her than it would otherwise be with the beeswax. And she could upcharge for it, like, right? Maybe that's the wrong word, but sell them for more money than otherwise. Alright. Where's my phone? There's my phone. There you go. Don't even have your snacks yet. Quick. OBS. Gotta turn the camera on here. Ah, there it is. The look on his face. All right. Here's some of these. Yeah? What do you say? Help me open it. Come on. Now you're just in the way. Now you're just in the way. Nope. Stay in the camera. Place. Bzzzt. Yep. I can't get this shit open. Let me just. There we go. Whoop. No. No. Look at him. Oh. Sorry, it was just one regime. Just one regime. No. Is there another one? Looks like another one. All right. Oh, there he goes. He's disappointed. Yep. Meow. There you go. Hmm? Hmm? No, stay. Nope. No, 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 no. All right. Yep. There you go. You're way too close to the camera. No one can see shit like this. Come on. Okay. Oh shit, it was two more? All right, he gets another one. Sorry. Yep. Wasn't it my piece? Couldn't see the thingies. Just set this shit up again. Hi. Not much. I'm out of here, he said. I was just here for my treats. Let's see. Maybe don't want to post the link in his chat. No, that's fine. This handsome baby is there. So fuzzy fluffy. Give him two. Not gonna see that until he gets back. Well, I saw the first one. And then two more. And now he get more. One more. Give him another. You missed one. He's gonna be so happy he gets free treats. I was telling someone about the snack for Fuzzle redeem, and they said you could really make his life hell by redeeming that all at the exact time every stream. Paying his cat to expect a treat at like exact time. Nah. That wouldn't happen. Also, it's not like I don't like giving him treats, right? I love him. He's my little baby. Oh, new blueprint. Wait. Let's see here. What? A ladle? Let's get the ladle. 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 There it is. So I have a ton of points. I could do it again. You train the cat. I mean, it's limited to 5 per stream. Because I don't want to overfeed him. making him a crochet mushroom hat. Mushroom hat. It looks so cute in a little sunflower hat. Getting Fuzzle to wear anything at all is it's a pain in the ass. Like even like a not a choker, what do you call it? Make him a whole ass wardrobe. Adding to the list. Man's cat was a little neutral about hats. He doesn't like it, but he doesn't stop you. Oh, Fuzzle's gonna... He's gonna fight me. I can tell you that much. I want to get a tiny little rat-ass dog. So I can dress it up in little homemade outfits. Also, until you say otherwise, the scent is gonna be rustic heroism. Yeah, I can't think of anything that would be better, honestly. I've been trying to think of something that... I like the rustic part for sure. Bonk. Oh, we got another level up. What's this? More offers. Restock price. Eh. Combining metal parts. What? What does that mean? I'll get it. Go. Workbench. Alright. Let me get 2. Wait, does it say who works on it? Assemble individual pieces into finished items. If the scent was more of a musky cologne, I agree. Dreams of knighthood. No, I like the rustic part. It's just I mean, I like the name in general. But it's just... My VTuber isn't really a hero, to be honest. Black cherry really sweetens up, and I only had 1 scoop of it. restock the wood. Maybe I should start to get like what's going. Ah, now I can get new stuff. Like hose. I would love some more hose. Counterbalance the femboys. I think if I had a custom candle, I wanted cherry, bamboo, and a tiny hint of lemon. Does bamboo have a smell? Pickaxe. Wait, no, you're smelting, right? Yeah. Well, whatever. Future-proof it. Ooh, scholar level up. Nice. Smells like rain. Closest I have to bamboo is green tea / lemongrass. I don't know if I've ever smelled lemongrass. Have you smelled catnip? No, I have, but I can't remember what it smells like offhand. Kind of smells like that. I'm naming it. I name my candle Lullaby. Ooh. Sounds relaxing. Pickaxe. Let's upgrade it right away. And sure, upgrade this. Why not? $67 ores. It's a marrow relaxing sand, lavender, seesaw, vanilla, and amaretto cream. That sounds good. Rebel turned out to be an alcoholic. Enough amaretto, man. Come on, I had to taste of alcohol. Yeah, sure. Alcohol's also runs in my family, so I don't really touch the stuff. Good. I mean, I don't really drink either. I maybe drink a beer on a birthday or something, but that's it. Or like I don't know, some special occasion. Drink one or two beers. I really don't like wine. Some really bad word has turned me away from the stuff. While I haven't like personally experienced it, I know that my father's aunt was like, it was so bad with her that she like in her 30s she got put in a retirement home basically, and she died really young because of it. Because she was an alcoholic. But I never knew her, so it didn't really affect me personally, but the story did, right? You know what I mean? What are they doing? Oh, they're putting the things there. Oh, so then they do the handle or something and put it together. I see. Picky about my wine though too. I'm gonna be trying to do a light drinking party on Discord with my friends on New Year's though, because I do want to be able to have a drink occasionally. There's nothing wrong with that. I feel like I won't have an anxiety attack this time if I'm with friends who are also drinking. There's nothing wrong with like having a drink occasionally. Just don't get shit-faced, right? Or like do it all the time. All workers move faster. Walk at the same speed while carrying as they do empty-handed. I feel like this one's the best. First and the only time I ever tried to have an actual drink, I had an anxiety attack, passed out on the couch because it made me tired and hot. Damn. That's rough, sorry to hear that. Oh, that's the delivery thing. Ah. Yeah. Look, it fits there. Ah, there we go. Oh, we got the money, why not? Up, 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 up. There you go. More minus. You do metal. You do also metal. Just can use a little movement speed. Oh, we're done with the thing. Short hoe. Let's get the hoe. Unlock. Upgrade. I was like 22, I think at the time. Haven't really had a drink since. Tasted some alcohols. Nothing beyond a small sip. First time I drank, had Jack Daniels. We had that gone in one night. The first time I had alcohol, I was like 7 or 8, I think. So the mother of my best friend had a birthday, right? And they had like a little tent in their garden with like a beer thingy, like a barrel, which you can like tap your own beer from. And we obviously snuck there and tapped our beer. As you do when you're young, you know? It's forbidden, so you have to do it. Okay, 1.75 liters over 10 people, it really isn't it's too much. First time I got shit-faced was like when I was 14. It was Halloween, we'd run around like with a bottle of vodka and I think a Sprite. Not sure. But yeah, and then we all went to a friend's place to crash there. And I remember I put like vodka into my cereal. I was like, oh, it doesn't even taste that bad. New dice said, just roll the net one. I mean, what are you doing with it? Like, what you playing? Or just like rolling them? Just for fun. Just messing with it. Oh, then it's good that you roll a net one. Gotta get your bad luck out. Can't drink Jack no more though. Had it too much in high school. Yeah, I get that. I use them but have nothing to really play them with until the D&D campaign. Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah, your one friend, what's it? Forgot the name. God damn it. But yeah, you told me about that. We're gonna be doing it sometime in the new year, I think. Nice. I'm also gonna get my new model in the new year. The deadline on VGen is January 6th, ironically. I'm patient, I want to use my character now. Yeah, I know. I'd love to eventually, like, do like a D&D campaign or something. Pen and paper in general, doesn't even have to be D&D, to be honest. Bombay Bramble is pretty good if you like gin. Never heard of it. I also have never played D&D before, so I might ask Haru if he's interested in doing a mini campaign with me just for the experience. Oh, like a tutorial. I also never played D&D. I played a pen and paper before, like it was like one that was specifically made for beginners. But never D&D. I once made my own system just for fun. I mean, obviously probably wasn't very good, but... like, own world, own universe. Own rules. Which we played like once or twice. It was like... you would play demons. Like, all different kinds of demons. And you could actually, like... instead of just having provisions, you could actually, like, eat the enemies you defeated and stuff like that. And I remember there was, like, one, like, free city, right? Where, like, everyone... every race and stuff is, like, welcome. And it was, like, run by, Lucifer himself. Good old times, good old times. And was basically... like... kind of the forces of good versus the forces of evil, but... it wasn't really good and evil, it was just two opposing forces. I have Tabletop Simulator, yeah. I love making my own games up. I do it on Tabletop Simulator all the time. I haven't played D&D in forever. Really? I know Kitty plays it. But yeah, my own personal experience with D&D is pretty much just Baldur's Gate 3. That's all the experience I have in D&D. What do I make you? We have 4 wood and 4 iron, alright. And you already have 1 in wood, so... make you a woodworker. Oop. Wait, do I? No, not even close to another super dude. Let's get the wooden hammers in, I guess. Upgrade it. Ooh. Break something again. One day I'll get every one of my friends who's interested together and have a gigantic D&D campaign. I don't think it really works if you like have a super big group, because it's gonna take like an hour until it's your turn again. Like, not in battle, but in, like, adventure mode, quote-unquote. Actually, I think it's been a year, but it feels like forever. Oh, that's not so long, I think. What work just depends on the campaign and the end. I don't think so. I think like I think probably 6 players would be the very max I would like as players, and 4 is probably optimal or something. Especially since there's gonna be situations where the group splits up, right? And even if it's like 2 groups of 2, it's like a while. Alright. Thanks for the log, Rebel. Complete. Ooh. Blueprints. 8 people in your first campaign as GM. Let me tell you, it was a clusterfuck, yeah. The thing is, like, imagine they split up into like 2 or 3 groups, and everyone wants to get a word in, right? Everyone wants to talk to an NPC or something. I can imagine it takes probably like half an hour until you actually get back to the other group or something. Like, everyone wants to roleplay their character, obviously. You become a better miner, you become a better scholar, better assistant, another better assistant. What do? You carry shit, okay. Put you like this. Blacksmith. Another miner. What? Day's over already? Damn. Oh, and the wood is empty. Yes. Oh, I got 2 points. Let's get the forest thingy. Wait. Oh, do I have to get... I guess I have to get this too to get the store. How do you know if I want it? Like, I'm already pretty deep in it with, like, just the requests. Let me try and get a proper mine. Obviously, we'll need to have smelting too, or we can actually use it. Chopping block used for chopping wood. Put a second one here. Cut logs. Alright. Put a second one here, I guess. Yep. And hire some lumberjacks. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. This. 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 Wait. Yeah. Oh, can also hire more miners. Oh, because of the copper mine. I see. So where's the copper? How do I... Oh, there. Copper mine. Uh-huh. Pickaxe rack. Or whatever. Oops. Well, might as well start mining it already, I guess. At least a little bit. Mm-hmm. This one. Think about money. Okay, we got 3 copper mine dudes. Go back to the smithy. Get another assistant. Change, restock resources, wood. There we are. Okay. We got one that carries the wood in. At least the wood doesn't need to be smelted. Flail decoration. Ooh. Research points. Well, this might as well upgrade these. They are our most valuable ones. Ooh, extra money. Oh, it's time limited though. Focus on it. Do a smelter. I don't care about decoration, but I need another ore crate for copper. Even though we don't have an assistant to carry it in yet. Probably also make a stockpile. Good story. Or whatever. For copper ingots. Can't really craft anything with them yet, though. Or smelt them. Oh, copper goblet. Never mind. How do I... Oh, I can't restock them for money. That's ass. So those need to be smelted. There's no other choice. Oh, we got another upgrade point. Smelting steel, bronze. There we go. So is this medium smelter? Small ingots into alloys and medium ingots. Yeah. We need more benches. Because we need more assistance. Movement speed, good. Another movement speed. Sure. You restock copper ore. And you restock. I guess another oak wood. Let's get another assistant. Oh, carry capacity, yes. Restock copper ore. And we need someone to craft ingots. I guess XP is okay for those. Craft ingot. Oh, steel and what? Oh, those are big. Ah, let's go for bronze or copper, whatever. Actually, one is enough, probably. A blacksmith who wears armor, that's where. I am just managing them. I am the lord, basically. That employs them. Doo-doo-doo. Tools? Alright. Medium smelter. Guess we might as well get one. Can that even be reached? I don't know. Alright, minus. Sure. Oh damn, we're broke. Not anymore. Oh, it gives me copper ore. But I'm already mining copper ore. How are you doing, non-imp? Welcome in. Ooh, we're getting our first ingots. Do-do-do-do. Magic. Just chilling, came here to listen to something nice on. Thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, I'm also just chilling. Just a relaxed little game. What's the backstory? There's no backstory. It's just you have a blacksmith shop. Do your shit. Oh, if you mean the backstory behind me streaming this, it was on Game Pass and it's running out tomorrow. Like it's gonna be taken off of Game Pass tomorrow. Small pot. Might as well. Small pot. There we go. Oh shit, we need steel ingots. Never mind. No small pots. Just noticed there's a dig in the texture of my bathroom wall. What? What's the thing about Game Pass? You mean what Game Pass is, or...? Or just, like, you want me to repeat what I said? Yeah, I see it. I see it, Rebel. That's definitely a dick. Even without you doing the outline, I saw it. Who's still busy? Some workers are still busy. Oh, maybe one of the forest or the mines. No, I couldn't catch what you said. How did you get it? So what I said was it's gonna be taken off of Game Pass tomorrow. So today is basically the last day that you can play it for free. So I already had it downloaded, so I thought, all right, might as well give it a try before it runs out. And I was in the mood to play something chill, anyways. He said, yeah. The dick. Oh, the dick. How did it get there? Oh, yeah, it's just like from painting the wall, I guess. Who's still busy? Excuse me? Oh, this dude. He's just standing there. What are you doing? Wait. Take control. Hey, hold stop. Oh, damn. He threw the thing away. Idiot. Just standing there menacingly. Wee wee. Oh. Yeah, I guess the game didn't like the SpongeBob reference. Oh. No, it's my entire PC. What is happening? Hold up. Why was my PC freezing up? Hold up. Was this because of the game? No, not here we go again. Don't even joke about that. No, my resources are good. Oh, the Lighthouse crap game, that's what you mean. Yeah, well, that was just... That just had a shit performance on stream. Because I think it was end of September to like mid-October, or end of October, my PC was broken. And I don't want that shit to happen again. Because there was some kind of defect in my graphics card. That's why I said don't even joke about here we go again. Scary shit. Okay, seems to work now. Got the CPU cooler fix, and suddenly all my PC problems got passed to my friends. Who else? Well, Kitty had some issues. But that was resolved pretty quickly. Thankfully. That gave me a little shock. Not gonna lie. Really don't need that shit in my life? Everyone wants maces. I think I need to upgrade my production. Up. Three small ingots simultaneously. Probably not be bad. I work out with two positive. Ooh. Maybe I should get this door. No. What's this? Great roof. Craft pottery. Pottery paint. Jewelry. I feel like I want to go to this. Well, let's take this. I guess. I don't even know if that can be reached. Okay, you put the wood there. Wait, do I only have one wood carrier or something? No, two. You know what? You go carry wood too. Sure. Oh man, you slow as fuck. What the hell? Alright, I think that's enough. Okay, I think I'm done with this game. Yeah, it's a little bit too much. 3 times? Nah. No, thank you. Even my YouTube studio got frozen. Wait, no, not just my model. I can still whoop, whoop, whoop. YouTube studio itself is fine. Just the model that's frozen. Oh, wait, my webcam turned off. Camera on. There we are. Yeah, fuck the game. I'm not messing with that anymore. Get the fuck out of here. There's like must be some memory leak or some shit. I'm not gonna risk it. It's memory leak anyway, so it's when games save stuff in memory, right? Like it can be RAM, can be like visual memory, stuff like that. And usually when something doesn't get used anymore, it gets deleted from memory. But with a memory leak, it doesn't get all deleted, so it just adds more and more and more and more and more. But it doesn't get cleared properly. So eventually it's going to reach its limit. Until you can't put stuff in it anymore. Let me see. Let me find an interesting YouTube video, maybe. Do I have one? Oh yeah, that will be fun. Oh. Let's see, not this one. I already watched most of this. Window capture. Oh, fuck. Let me change the tapping. Boop. 2 hours of death. Oh, no problem, Rebel. I should change the title. Ooh, murder. Well, not necessarily, but definitely death.
Hey, you're watching
Oh, too loud.
my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel.
I've been
Chat
watching
History.
some of these
Alright,
recently.
Enjoy the video. Embarrassing royal deaths. This is Louis III, and this is his dad, Louis II, King of West Francia, also known as the Kingdom of the Franks. Hey Frank.
French.
Louis II here is renowned for being a very peaceful and very loving ruler for his very short 2-year reign between the years of 877 and 879.
2
And
years.
now, he's dead, which is even more peaceful. Now, Louis III is the king to be at the ripe old age of 16. But since his parents married in secret before he was slopped out, his claim to the throne is being questioned. Now, in order to
As you
keep
do.
things civil, Louis had struck a deal with his younger brother to rule together. And with that agreement, West Francia was split in two. Okay, this is my half, and there's yours. Fine by me. My side has the Xbox.
Oh, that's not a good thing.
Louis III got the north, and his brother, Carloman II, got the south. Together, the two brothers fought off any would-be usurpers from East Francia who contested their reign. Battles were fought for over a year with some back and forth, but ultimately ended in a loss, and a portion of their kingdom was ceded to the east. But while East Francia celebrated its victory, a distant threat loomed over the horizon. Those dang
The
Vikings were
Vikings.
showing up in 881 and began to pillage the village and plunder asunder. However, East Francia, still riding their high, managed to kick the Vikings shit in. Not wanting to sail their ships home in shame, the Vikings instead tried their luck with West Francia. Bad move. They would soon learn that two kings were better than Vikings. Louis and Carloman went on the offensive and took the invaders by surprise.
Yeah, bro, got
Together,
cool
the
that,
brother
yeah.
armies slaughtered the Vikings, cutting down around 9,000 men in the clash. This victory was absolutely huge for the two young monarchs, who were praised by both Western and Eastern Frankish kingdoms. Now keep in mind that both kings were teenagers, so the ego trip was insane. That being the case, Louis took to finding himself a queen, as to produce an heir and to cement his legacy. Louis
Tender,
decided to pursue love in
I
882
think.
and ended up quite literally pursuing a potential partner. In a bout of hopefully consensual horseplay, the young
Hold up. Your/Majesty. King of France, straight AF. 6'9" with crown. Wherever you want me to be. Just a king looking for his queen. I've killed Vikings. I have money and land. Please write right. I mean, to be fair, that will probably still work. I have money and land.
quite literally pursuing a potential partner. In a bout of hopefully consensual horseplay, the young maiden fled from the eager monarch on horseback to her father's house.
Why are you running?
Louis, very calmly hunting down his love interest,
Oh, is the
ended up
dad gonna
completely
kill him?
conking his dome on the top of a
Oh
low
god,
doorway.
no way
That's
he
certainly
died
one
like
way to
that.
get head. And since he had yet to sow his seed, his younger brother was left to rule on his own. Well, he died 2 years later after being accidentally stabbed by his servant during a hunting trip.
Accidentally. I'll be fighting
Little
right if
Basil
he didn't
I
have
was
to
quite
know.
the inspirational success story. Born into a dirt-poor Armenian family in the Byzantine province of Macedonia way back in 811, baby Basil had quite the social ladder to climb. But such a challenge was deemed necessary as he was determined to dodge his destitute destiny. Too bad that he and his family were captured by Bulgarians when he was just 2. Luckily, Basil was able to escape his captors. Just took 23 years.
Damn.
He sought to live out his newfound freedom and fled to Constantinople, which is not yet Istanbul. Possessing incredible strength and an uncanny ability to roll 20s on any and all charisma checks, Basil made leaps and bounds up that social ladder. He began working as a lowly stable boy, got promoted to servant under a relative of the emperor, met a wealthy cougar noblewoman who just threw money at him,
Nice.
dabbled in sweaty, slippery wrestling,
Dude
and
was
then took on a gig as a
hack-maxing.
bodyguard for Supreme Empire King Emperor guy Michael III. Now, you'd figure that being a bodyguard to the Emperor would be a great place to coast until retirement, but Basil was just getting
Oh,
started.
this guy.
He
Oh, you
managed
know.
to gain the utmost trust of the Emperor, even being formally adopted as a son. And taking advantage of this, Emperor Mikey had been convinced by Basil that his own uncle was secretly plotting to take the throne, so he gave Basil permission to address the issue. He did. This false act of
You fucked
loyalty
the
resulted
Emperor?
in the Emperor crowning Basil as co-emperor, which was not his best move. You see, Emperor Michael III wasn't very good in his decision-making, which is probably why the public didn't favor him all that much. Basil had one last obstacle in the way of the crown.
The
his
king.
newly adoptive dad.
Yeah.
But that's nothing a quick swipe of a sword can't fix. Basil dropped the "co" in his title and was now the full-fledged emperor of the Byzantine Empire in 867. Despite having 0 qualifications for the job, Basil's establishment of the Macedonian dynasty brought the Byzantine Empire into a golden age.
I was
with
about to
various
say, it couldn't be
military
worse than the
victories,
other
large-scale
king.
construction, and significant cultural and legal reforms. Problem is, when you get into power through murder, you're always going to be looking over your shoulder for the next person trying to do the same thing to you. Now, I'm not going to question the logistics of it, but during a routine hunting trip in 886, the now elderly Basil managed to get his belt stuck in a deer's antlers.
I don't like how cheaters usually accuse their partner of cheating.
Yeah, I don't know. The animal went wild, as animals tend to do, dragging Basil across the Windows XP default landscape for 16 whole miles. That's at least 2 kilometers. A servant had managed to cut the Emperor free, but the damage was done. Although somehow still alive, the Emperor sustained tremendous injury. The servant, still brandishing his iconic belt-cutting knife, was accused of attempted murder and was sentenced to death. Wait, what? Emperor Basil I died a bit later from his infected wounds.
Edmund Ironside.
Old Edmund Ironside was king of England for a whole 7 months in 1016 after his
7
rat dad
months.
II died under unknown circumstances. Poor Edmund rose to power at a pretty bad time. Those gosh damn Vikings were gaining a foothold in England, and they needed a stern talking to at the very least. Not just any Vikings though, these were Danish Vikings, which were much more formidable, flaky, and flavorful. The 26-year-old king fought back hard against the Viking invaders, throwing whatever English forces he could at them, and saw quite a few victories, granting the king the nickname Ironside for his resilience. But even though he won a few battles, he had yet to win the war. The final conflict, the Battle of Essendon, near modern-day Essex, ended in Danish victory, where there was much rejoicing and many crumbs.
He's got a keyblade!
Following this English loss, a treaty was signed by
Queen
King
with her
Edmund and
execution
Viking
portrait.
King Canute, being a real Canunt, agreed to
I don't
allow
know about
Edmund
her.
to continue his reign, but only with the control of Wessex, the heart of Anglo-Saxon England. All English land north of the River Thames was now under Danish control.
Damn.
Now, there was a special stipulation that stated whichever king died first, the other shall inherit the whole country. That sounds like great motivation for assassination plots. Lo and behold, just 1 month later in October of 1016, Edmund Ironside met with a terrible fate. While sitting on his second most important throne, an assailant was assigned to assassinate the king's ass. Yep, old Ironside
While on the
caught a blade
shitter?
between his cheeks when he was at his most vulnerable. According to some historical sources, an assassin hid under the king's private turlet,
Wait.
waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Edmund, as planned, died of his wounds, granting King Canute full control over England, which he ruled for 2 decades. Being the
Picture, she's blind and her executioner guided her hand. Which was a real executioner and a queen. Damn.
the youngest son of 4 to William the Conqueror, Henry I didn't even have a chance of becoming a Burger King, let alone any kind of respected monarch. When Daddy William logged off the server in 1087, the late king's possessions were divided as such. His eldest son, Robert, inherited Normandy and was made duke. His second son, Richard, got nothing.
Actually,
he was
I mean-
dead. From a hunting accident, no less. His third and favorite son, William, inherited the crown of England.
Let me
and was
move
begrudgingly
over a little
promoted
bit
to
so I
King
don't
William
block
II
the
overnight.
the
I say
watermark.
begrudgingly because it is believed that William II would have preferred to inherit Normandy. Oh well. Finally, little Henry was given lots of money and a tiny bit of English countryside. But that was immediately yoinked by his now king brother, which never caused any internal resentment in the coming years. Now, some historians believe that King William 2.0
King
didn't
Silly
care
Willy
much for his new
2.
majestic role, and as a means of escape from his kingly duties, he frequently went on hunting trips. You can probably see where this is going.
He's gonna get
During one of
assassinated
these trips,
or killed.
William, who wasn't much of an adventurer, took an arrow in the chest.
Yep.
Now, since lungs aren't where arrows are usually stored, William quivered
Hunting
in pain
accidents.
as the arrow knocked the wind out of him, and he drew his last breath shortly after.
Or not
Yeah,
accidents.
Hunting trips are lethal to nobility. Of course, some historical speculations suggest that the friendly fire may not have been so friendly. It is possible that the fiasco was a plot concocted by Henry to seize the crown. After hearing of his older brother's demise through his own ear holes, Henry speed ran to the
Dang
royal
Grey.
treasury and no-clipped to the
Well,
crown
maybe
to
she'll
claim the
come.
throne for himself, which certainly didn't help dispel the rumors of foul play. Now, the public wasn't exactly against what had happened, as King William II was a bit of a dick. As the new head honcho, King Henry I immediately began a rollback on many of his late brother's
Unified the legal system, strengthened royal courts, diminished church control, reformed tax law, reunited Anglo-Norman state, modernized royal administration, and brought an era of peace. Well, that sounds
brutal
good.
policies, replacing them with much more successful judicial and financial reforms. Being the most educated of the four brothers, Henry peacefully ruled England and progressed the kingdom during his reign. Sure, he also invaded Normandy and held his last brother prisoner for life, but that's beside the point. Henry eventually married a Scottish princess and had himself 2 legitimate children that he loved very much, and dozens of illegitimate little crotch goblins whom he didn't.
Daddy, I want a popsicle.
Now, of course, there has to be a little bit of conflict sprinkled in, so his son and only heir got caught up in the White Ship disaster of 1120, which was a titanic tragedy. The titular White Ship, a vessel transporting around 300 people, including many nobles, struck a big old boulder and sank in the English Channel. Only one soul survived, but it wasn't the prince, so who cares? This sent Henry into a depressive spiral, as many of his subjects refused to recognize his daughter as a rightful heir to the crown. A woman ruling? Ugh, gross. Said the
No,
English.
right?
In his sad state, Henry cheered himself up the only way a king knows how, with a good old-fashioned hunting trip. But on this trip, Henry gorged himself on lamprey. You know, those weird little wiggly
What the fuck?
teeth fish? Yeah, apparently those were a delicacy. Despite numerous warnings from his physician to cut it out, Henry continued to chew through the little suckers like candy. Your Majesty, that's a bit much, isn't it? King Henry I contracted food poisoning and died from the illness a week later in 1135 at the age of 66, bringing an end to the Norman dynasty. King Charles II was an asshole, which is why history remembers him as Charles the Bad. Having been born and raised in France and descending from a line of French rulers,
Oh, he's French. Of course he's an
destined to
asshole.
be the big baguette in charge one day, and when his mother, who was the only daughter of former King Louis X of France, faded from existence, Charles received his inheritance, the paltry kingdom of Navarre, a pathetic spit of land in northern modern-day Spain. This sad excuse for a kingdom was an insult to his name, an insult he would never forget.
I'd be happy with
Although
it.
now a king at the age of 17, Charles continued to spend his time in France, hoping to build enough influence to gain recognition for his claim to the crown. But he wasn't successful. He would spend the next several decades double-crossing, manipulating, and backstabbing his way through life, pitting England and France against each other during the 100 Years' War. He had deceived, murdered, and betrayed for the sake of gaining power.
I see a
eventually
pattern.
helped spark a revolution in France. No, not the French Revolution. That's not for a while. This uprising was the Jacquerie, a peasant rebellion in 1358 against French nobles. Charles led a suppressive force against the peasants to appear to be the savior of France, but everyone saw right through the ruse. After that publicity stunt, Charles lost almost all political support in France and had to turn to England for help. He ended up pleading with English King Dude Guy Edward III to invade the weakened France and divide the spoils between them, but King Edward was all,
Jacquerie,
the king had
the
zero trust
uprising
for
of
Charles
every
and
named
refused the
named
offer,
Jack.
eventually making peace with France. For now. A few years later, Charles was back on his bullshit, throwing himself in wars and declaring loyalty to both sides in exchange.
Maybe that's where the name Jacques comes from. Was France only functional as a Roman province? I don't think France was ever functional.
For gaining land and power. He would just favor whichever side was winning. He did get involved in the Spanish Wars between 1365 and 1368, but faked his own
Game Grumps and
kidnapping in
Lion
order to
Lion.
avoid participating in battle. And that stunt was instantly recognized
The
as
only
cowardice,
Game Grump I
making
know is
Charles
Eagle
a
Raptor.
laughingstock of Western Europe. Finally, in 1378, the annoying little fly that was Charlie II was finally swatted. His tiny kingdom was invaded by Spanish forces and promptly wiped out. Charles sought refuge in France and was forced to surrender in shame. Although he retained his crown, he had no power whatsoever. 9 years later in 1387, Charles the Bad fell ill and was pretty much immobile. His doctor prescribed that his body be wrapped in alcohol-soaked linen sheets, and these sheets were sewn around his body each night to promote any healing. Well, one night when finishing up her king sewing duties, a maid had no scissors to cut the last thread of the linen. There were no blades to be found that could finish the job. So, what do you think she did?
She used a lit candle, didn't she? Right? And since he's soaked in alcohol, he's immediately gonna catch fire. Nah, there's no way she used her teeth. It's gonna be the candle. It's gonna be B. Egoraptor's Aaron, he's the Gram. Dan is the not so Gram. Whoever they are, the game Grams. Yeah, I only know Egoraptor from like, I don't know. How long ago? Probably close to 20 years somewhere, and he made like music shit back then.
Time's up. The correct answer was B.
Yep.
In a moment of completely terrible judgment, the young maid resorted to using an open flame candle to melt the thread off. Charles II, who wanted to be a French king
So
bad,
fucking dumb.
was promptly flambéed in his bed as the maid panicked and fled.
Yeah, I bet she did.
Henry II of France was a decent
And you think people nowadays are stupid. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
king between the years of 1547 up until his death in 1559. Nothing spectacular, but decent. He's remembered as an advocate for keeping the Catholic faith in France and suppressing them smelly Protestants.
She didn't know. But yeah, I mean, that's the point of calling someone stupid.
He had quite a few either burned at the stake for heresy or had their tongues cut out so they couldn't talk trash about Catholicism. Perhaps his bigger claim to fame, though, was his participation in ending the Italian Wars, which waged across 65 years. With the signing of the Treaty of Cato Cambyses, the deadly wars were finally at an end, and there was much rejoicing. One particular event of celebration was conducted by our subject,
No, they knew they had the same amount of intelligence as we do now. She was just dumb and lacked judgment. Well, not the same amount. Definitely not.
King Henry II. To commemorate the end of the wars,
but yeah, she was dumb as fuck.
King Philip II of Spain, Henry held a jousting tournament. You know, that silly medieval sport where two men hold long wooden poles on horseback and just charge at each other trying to knock the other off. Yeah, I don't get it either, but hey, it's way more entertaining than baseball. Anyway, King Henry II held the tournament on June 30th, 1559 and took it upon himself to participate.
Yeah, we also got schooled.
Perhaps the last bad decision of his life. Set against his own captain of the King's Guard, the two set off to consensually jab their long sticks into each other. With the ASMR pleasures of a wooden crunch, the captain's lance hit its target and shattered upon impact, as they're designed to do. Problem was, some of the splintered wood decided to nuzzle itself right into the king's eyeball for warmth. Oh my god.
Well, damn.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's unlucky.
You're fine. You're okay. Royal surgeons raced to the king's aid, but were unable to treat the wound. He's gonna be okay, right, Doc? Tough to say. Problem seems to be this big old piece of wood here. I highly recommend you
Was
rest
she
up for a few
menstruating?
days and we'll see what happens. Are you gonna remove the wood? I'm sorry. I was unaware that you were the royal surgeon. The medics failed to properly treat the king's wounds, which only got worse over the next few days, leading to severe infection. I may have been wrong. King Henry II splintered off from this world on June 10th, 1559. The silliest deaths in history.
Hey.
Sometimes it's your own pride that can get the best
Oh,
of you.
I think I've seen this in
is
another
Hans Steiniger,
compilation.
And this is his beard. Hey, my eyes are up here. Looking like the wisest wizard in the world, Hans was a public spectacle in the 16th century and also a well-respected politician. Cause, I mean, come on, who are you gonna vote for? Majestic and marvelous beard boy Hans, or the lame and lackluster
I wonder how
clean-shaven
long it
Franz?
took for a beard to grow like
how
that.
I will be lowering taxes while simultaneously providing affordable healthcare and housing for all.
Alright, but where's your beard?
I don't have one.
This guy stinks!
But behind that big bushel of bristles beats a kind heart. one that legitimately cared for his town and its people. So much so that Hans was elected as mayor for 6 consecutive terms for the town of Braunau am Inn, a town that resides on the border between modern-day Austria
Guess who else
and
came
Germany.
from there?
It's also the birthplace
Yep.
of another famous facial hair haver, albeit far less loved by history, but that's another story. Measuring in at over 4.5 feet in length, Hans's big-ass beard was his defining feature, and was certainly a testament to his patience and care.
People
in
used to
many
be
aspects
real
in his
small
life.
compared
If you
to
can brush your
today.
beard, you can untangle legislative issues. If you can oil up your whiskers, you can lubricate the political machine. So it goes without saying that cosmetology and political science are of equal value. At least from a college degree standpoint. However, Hans's biggest asset would be his
Welcome
downfall.
home.
Quite literally. On September 28, 1567, a fire broke out in the town, which was a much bigger threat back then than it is today. Since the extent of firefighting tactics were just pathetic pails of water, a single small fire could reduce your whole town to cinders real quick. Hans, who usually tucked his beloved beard into a leather
And this
pouch for
isn't even
safekeeping in
California.
uninhibited travel, let his lusciously long locks whimsically whip in the wind as he ran to help with the fire. Scuttling down some stairs in a panic, Hans had accidentally slammed a piggy right on his own facial pubes, causing him to slip and trip down the entire staircase.
Imagine.
He snapped his neck, and the town was devastated. Not by the fire, but by the loss of their beloved mayor. Before being buried, the townsfolk had Hans's beard gently removed and chemically preserved, immortalizing his legacy. The forever facial hair is still on display in a museum in the town today. You know his ghost is pissed, though.
Chrysippus.
Ever have an extreme case of the sleepy ha-has where you find anything and everything to be completely
this one.
gold to the point of
Yeah,
not
I
being
saw
able to
this
even
one already in
breathe?
another one of his
Now
compilations.
try to imagine this soggy scoop of Cheerios doing that. This is Chrysippus, a rather influential Greek Stoic philosopher in the 3rd century BC. In case you don't peruse that corner of YouTube, Stoicism is the philosophy that you only ever need to focus on what you can control in your life. Anything reasonably outside of that control, Hakunas Matatis, not my problemas. Which is a pretty solid philosophy,
Yeah.
especially in this age of doom and gloom social media designed to make you perpetually paranoid and pissed off. Chrysippus was also a huge proponent of logical reasoning, having created an original system of propositional logic, stuff like if, then, and or statements that we use to describe the world around us today. For example, if you are not subscribed to this channel, then you're dead to me. Simple logic. The basic idea is that any
You
and
better
all
subscribe.
things happen for a reason. Well, I'm sure Chrysippus would have a hard time understanding the logic and reasoning surrounding his rather untimely death. According to legend, Chrysippus, at the fermented old age of 73, got trashed at a feast. In his slizzard state, he had stumbled upon a donkey who was munching on some figs. Registering at least a 6.9 on the ancient Greek comedy scale, the masticating mule was a hilarious sight to behold, prompting Chrysippus to exclaim, quote, "Now give the donkey some pure wine to wash down the figs." This added punchline sent the Lord of Logic over the edge. Chrysippus reportedly hurled himself into a fit of laughter so intense that he had collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Despite some nearby partygoers attempting to help him, he had knocked himself dead with his own joke.
Imagine.
But the question is, can you
Laughing at
actually
your
die
own
from
joke and
laughter?
dying from
Sure
it.
you can. It's rare, but medically possible. If you laugh your ass off to the point of it being an
I got some
uncontrollable
Nutella
fit,
cookies.
that actually puts a lot of stress on your heart. So if you have a weak
Or
heart, you're
biscuits.
probably going to exacerbate some underlying conditions, leading to a heart attack. You also have the possibility of losing consciousness if you laugh yourself out of breath for long enough. But you have to hear or see something exceptionally funny for that to happen, so don't worry, you're safe here. Now, of course, this recount of events is debated by historians. The guy who documented this particular death was ancient Greek biographer Diogenes Laertius, who lived a few hundred years after Chrysippus' death, so he was
I think
far
that
from
was
an
the
eyewitness.
case with a lot of history.
Diogenes nuts! On top of that, he also wrote an alternative, more mundane account of the comical death, simply writing that Chrysippus died of alcohol poisoning after drinking too much undiluted wine, but I guess he needed to spice some things up for his readers. If there was ever proof that the universe has a cruel sense of humor, then it's the curious case of American lawyer and politician Clement Vallandigham. Howdy. Though he resided in the Union state of Ohio during the mid-1800s, Clement was adamantly against the Civil War, calling it, quote, a wicked, cruel,
This
and
was just
unnecessary
stupid.
war. Which is fine, but being a member of the Copperhead faction of the anti-war Democrats, Clement was a very vocal Confederate sympathizer, speaking out against President Lincoln and the abolition of slavery, to which Lincoln was all and sent him to the South.
I think a lot of people don't know that the Confederacy was the Democrats.
To live amongst his Confederate companions in 1863. Clement, who was clearly not about that life, snuck aboard a ship and shipped himself off to Canada before sneaking back to his home state of Ohio to perform rather inconsequential political mumbo-jumbo for the next few years. But after the war was over, Clement attempted to run on political platforms while still advocating for slavery. However, he suddenly switched his views with the Democratic New Departure policy of 1865, which basically 180'd the Democratic Party's stance on slavery once they realized
Obviously
that it
the
fell
source
out
of the
favor in
dumbest
public's
deaths.
eye. So, being branded as a no-good slavery supporter for life meant the figurative death of his political career. Instead, he turned to a career in law, which would soon lead to his literal death.
Rare.
On June 17,
Not really.
1871, Vallandigham met his demise while defending his client, Thomas McGeehan, a young fella accused of shooting and killing one Tommy Myers. Clement claimed that Myers had, in fact, not been murdered, but accidentally shot himself with his own gun while getting up to stand. Clement vowed that he could demonstrate this before the court, proving McGeehan's innocence.
What
And
an
so he
idiot.
did. Now, when reenacting a scene that results in someone accidentally blowing a hole through their own tummy, you want to make sure that you have safety measures in place that would physically prevent you from doing the same thing. Clement didn't do that. Instead, he had mistakenly used a loaded pistol. While demonstrating the scene as Myers, Clement attempted to draw the seemingly harmless firearm from his coat pocket as he stood up. And he blew a hole through his own tummy, just like Myers. Clement Vallandigham died just 12 hours later from his injuries. The verdict? Not guilty. McGeehan was acquitted and was a
Good
free
defense.
man. Until he was murdered a few years later, that is. You can tempt death all you like, but eventually, he's gonna get what's his. That's what big old Bobby Leach found out in 1926. Born in itty-bitty Britain, England in 1858, Leach grew up to be quite the daredevil. Unfortunately, most of Bobby's early life is lost to time, completely shrouded in mystery. We do know that around the 1880s, he had left boring old England for a more exhilarating life in the States. Apparently an excellent swimmer, Leach eventually landed a gig as a professional high diver with the greatest show on earth, the Barnum and Bailey Circus. There, he performed daringly dangerous feats in front of thousands of eager onlookers. This had quenched the adrenaline-thirsty void in his life for a while, but eventually he retired from this circus life at the age of 50 in order to extend his life expectancy a bit. But that logic was tossed aside rather quickly, as in the early 1900s, Bobby decided to settle down as a humble businessman at Niagara Falls.
Oh.
Blimey, that's a proper woeful, isn't it? Initially content with just opening up a restaurant, Leach noticed the ever-increasing tourists
What's
flocking
that?
from afar to see a bunch of water spill over a cliff. So, this gave him an idea. The daredevil was back. Between 1906 and 1911, Leach performed various stunts around the falls, including parachuting from the nearby Honeymoon Bridge to the river below. Over the years, Leach continued to push the envelope, coming up with more and more dangerous stunts to draw larger and larger crowds.
Hey, Momo.
Eventually, he
Hello,
faced his
motherfucker.
first
Give you
challenge, the falls themselves.
Doing
And on
challenge
July
every
25th,
stream I visit, I drink
1911,
one
entombed in a
carton of
customized
milk.
giant metal barrel, Leach took the
Damn.
plunge
762.
and survived. Sure, he had gashed
That's
his forehead,
crazy.
broken his
Welcome,
jaw, and one of his
welcome.
kneecaps, but he was still kicking.
Oh,
Bobby
you're
Leach
definitely-
became the second person
You're definitely not lactose intolerant then. That's a lot of milk. And I feel honored. Thank you. Thank you for making me number 762. That's some crazy amount. You're at least gonna get strong bones from that, I guess. At the very least. For the last part, you know, by the way, you know E10. What? Eating these nuts. God damn it. God damn it, I didn't know this one. I got good. Eating these nuts. Alright. Damn it. Actually got gut. I think if you're drinking that much milk, you should just buy a cow. But do you really drink that much milk? Is the story still true? And next, let me guess. Me get bonked? I don't bonk people. I respect the hustle. It was actually one I didn't know. I'm perfectly fine with that joke.
To survive the trip, right behind 63-year-old Annie Taylor. After recovering in the hospital for several months, Leach became a celebrity. Over the next several years, he had plans to make a second bound over the falls,
But now I
never
know.
came to be. Why? Well, because in 1926 he went and slipped on a dang orange peel, snapping his leg in half, which went and got infected with gangrene, ultimately killing him a few days later. Remember that death always gets the last laugh. Having served the shortest presidential term in United States history, you know something must have gone down. Well, it was President William Henry Harrison's health bar. The withering president had a pretty impressive career before assuming office. He enlisted.
How do you snap your leg in half slipping on an orange peel? I don't know. How do you snap your leg in half slipping on anything? Unless it's like down the stairs or something. Are you going the new prospect on? I already know this one. This one I know. You're a real mind goblin, aren't you?
In the U.S. Army in 1791 at the age of 18 and quickly rose through the ranks, serving in the American Indian Wars, which sought to expand U.S. territory further west against native
Last
tribes,
one.
which they did.
Let's hear it.
Satisfied with his service, Harrison decided.
That's how to say yes in Spanish. See these nuts. Si, senor. Yeah, that one's new to me too. So you got 2 out of 3. That's a pretty good ratio, I would say. This one would have been better if you made it about the movie franchise Saw. Oh, SawCon. Yeah. Can you play Imagine Dragons? Imagine dragging these nuts across your face? Is that it? Yeah, that's
To retire from
Dragon.
the military
Dragon
at
is an old
25,
one. Dragon and Goblin, you know, the Sugandese. No, ancient tribe of the Sugandese. Obviously, gonna be Sugandese nuts.
his head in the ring for a career in politics. Recognized for his leadership skills on the battlefield, then President Guy John Adams gave Harrison control over the territory of Indiana as governor.
Nice try, though.
The
Nice
goal of
try.
expanding that territory for statehood eligibility. One consequence of this territorial expansion was the Battle
Now
of
you had
Tippecanoe
50-50.
in 1811, which only further displaced natives from the area in order to allow more settlers to, well, settle. This success cemented Harrison's legacy as Indiana would eventually become its own state in 1816. But leading military campaigns from afar, that's boring as shit. Harrison missed being in the middle of the action, so he came out from his military retirement to fight in the War of 1812, serving as a major general for the US Army against the smelly redcoats, who weren't too happy seeing the US's throbbing expansion. A bunch of people died, and the war ended in pretty much a stalemate, but the outcome solidified the US as a world power, being able to at least defend itself from a foreign power. This really boosted national morale and pride, and with no restrictions put in place, the US just kept on manifesting that destiny in the coming years. Now back in a time of peace and having successfully
Of course.
satisfied as a war boner, Harrison fell back into politics, serving in the House of Representatives, the Senate, and eventually running for president.
Oof.
His opponent was 8th President Martin Van Buren, whose first term experienced an economic
That's
depression
some crazy
in the end
hair.
of 1837. Of course, Van Buren was given the blame for the economic downturn, even though it began over a month before he was even in office. The economy stagnated, unemployment rose.
You know what? He looks like Bilbo. Bilbo Baggins. 30 years after Lord of the Rings or something, when he lost all his top hair.
Over a month before he was even in office. The economy stagnated, unemployment rose, and the people were properly pissed. So it's no surprise that when seeking re-election, it was now Harrison who would be the favorite to win. Aww. Harrison won in a landslide, 234 electoral votes to Van Buren's
Einstein had
60.
crazier hair, yeah,
But that wouldn't
true.
matter in about.
But he also had a
month.
nice mustache.
Elected in 1841 at the age of 68, Harrison was getting on in his years. Either a
Now let's be real, his mustache carried. Hey, Romina, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Hope you all had a good time. Who the shout outies? What were you playing? Pick the Pigs again. Hope your brain ain't hurting too much from that. How you doing? How was your stream? Frying the rest of my brain cells. I'm all right. Oh, is that your right message, Mamau? Does he always do the mouth? Now head is empty and ready for the weekend. Yeah. That puzzle game was nice though, that I saw you play. The one with the perspectives and shit. I'm doing good. Just having a chill stream, played some Blacksmith Simulator thingy. And now I'm just watching a video about death in history. Monument Valley, yeah. That one looked nice. Gonna play it more soon. Oh, we're not done yet. I like puzzle
Son of
games.
old goat or a complete idiot, he had the habit of being extremely underprepared for the weather. For example, he delivered his inaugural speech in the bitter cold and rain for 2 hours straight.
Why?
No overcoat or weather-appropriate clothes.
Connected with the subject is the character of the currency. The idea of making it exclusively metallic, however well
Almost done with first Monument Valley, but there's a second one. Oh, I see.
intended, appears to me.
I wonder if they... what new stuff is in there.
Harrison continued to endure exposure to the elements over the next few weeks, eventually contracting a deadly case of pneumonia. Despite his doctors jacking him to the tits with drugs and relying on good old-fashioned bloodletting, Harrison died on April 4th,
Yeah, that's just
1941,
stupid.
exactly 1 month after being elected.
What an idiot.
When you were a kid, did you ever try jumping off of a sofa using a blanket as a makeshift parachute, but you failed to calculate if the blanket had the proper coefficient of drag necessary to minimize your acceleration due to gravity, leaving you crashing to the floor in a possible concussion?
Yeah.
Just me? Well, take
Nope.
that scenario and scale it up to adult size. Except this is your blanket, and this is
I did it too, but I landed on my feet. I'm not an idiot.
your couch. Meet Franz Reichelt, the mastermind behind the parachute suit prototype. An Austro-Hungarian tailor and inventor, Franz became hyper-fixated on developing a sort of wearable parachute. He had
Nice.
identified a gap in the market with the rise of humanity's newest invention, the powered aircraft. Seeing reports of pilots forced to launch themselves out of their airborne contraptions if things went south,
Which is not that
Franz
high, even
vowed
for a
to
kid,
come up
yeah.
with a solution to save lives. So we got to work in 1910 with some initial
I mean, to be fair, we also did stuff like when I was very small, we had like a bunk bed, my brother and I. We would put like all the blankets and the cushions or pillows blankets and pillows on the floor, and then we just jump from the top bunk to the floor.
Designs, testing the prototypes by strapping them onto makeshift dummies and hucking them off of a 5-story ledge. Surprisingly, the dummies managed to hit the ground at less than fatal speeds.
When I was small, I had a playset kitchen, put it against the doorway and climbed on top of it and fell off. Yeah.
Not bad. But there was a problem.
Kids be kids.
The prototype weighed 150 pounds. And no pilot's gonna lug all that extra weight onto an aircraft, even if it would potentially save their life. But Franz would not give up. After all, you have to fail many times before you succeed. But it did help that there was also some monetary encouragement. Turns out that France's Aeronautic Club held a parachute-esque design competition which offered a cash prize to the tune of 10,000 francs.
Damn.
Considering that the average wage of an unskilled French laborer at the time was only a few francs a day, that prize was nothing to sneeze at. Over the next year, Reichelt was unable to replicate his... That prize was nothing to...
029. He'd get 11k? Or the winner? Damn.
Sneeze at.
I don't even
Over
want to do the
next
math.
year, Reichelt was unable to replicate his initial success with any of the lighter redesigns. But to his logic, it wasn't a design problem, it was a height problem. Anyone who has even taken a basic physics course knows that this is a bad idea. You fall exponentially faster the longer you're airborne thanks to acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah.
But what's a bunch of stupid science shit gonna do to stop an avid inventor from fulfilling his dream and lining his pockets? Nothing. But the pavement will. But Franz, determined to test his designs from a higher height, pleaded with the Parisian prefecture of police to allow him to run an experiment from the...
Well, yeah, you also need to be at a certain height for it to work, though. Because, like, if you don't get a certain velocity, it won't, like, puff up the parachute.
Eiffel Tower. Despite numerous rejections, they eventually gave in. On the bitter cold morning of February 4th, 1912, and to the surprise of everyone, Franz arrived on site in his dumpy-looking parachute suit. Now, the police only gave Franz permission to perform this stunt on the grounds that dummies would be used, not that he would be doing the jumping himself. This guy was so confident in his invention, boasting to news journalists of how successful it was gonna be. But apparently the police didn't feel like stopping him, so after a bunch of preparations, Reichelt made the leap, but his parachute suit failed to properly deploy, so the poor fellow plummeted 187 feet to his death, achieving nothing but a front-shaped dent in cement. Deadliest chemical weapons. Humans have been wiping each other from existence since the beginning of time. Whether it's a simple squabble or an alls-out, balls-out war, nothing is ever really resolved until at least one side lies in ruin. Spartans? Destroyed. The Romans? Vandalized. The Korean War? Forget about it. While a classic sword to the chest or a freedom seat to the old gray matter is perfectly capable of getting your point across, sometimes nations invest in more creative solutions. And that's where full-on chemical warfare comes in. You see, a quick and easy demise is a courtesy. It's the slow and agonizing expirations that really send a message. So, let's see just how far humanity is strayed from the light, shall we? As a warning, you'll be seeing some gruesome images of the effects of these very real and very deadly chemicals. So if you're one to be watching these videos with a big old plate of food, you're in for a bad time. Anyway, first up is mustard gas. A bit more tangy than your average condiment, mustard gas was a game changer in World War I, which was already a game changer itself in the world of warfare. First used by the Germans during the Third Battle of Ypres in Belgium in the summer of 1917, mustard gas is one of the most well-known chemical weapons used during the Great War. And here's a fact for you. Mustard gas isn't a gas. It's not even a mustard. It's actually a liquid at room temperature, which actually made it more effective in warfare. The thick and oily liquid would stick to most surfaces for days on end. And to take advantage of this, mustard gas was packed into artillery shells, which bombarded the battlefield. The artillery explosions would turn the liquid into a fine mist, spraying all over the place. What's worse is that the lethal liquid would slowly vaporize in warmer temperatures, creating creeping death clouds which would engulf engulf soldiers. This vicious vapor had a strong garlic or mustardy odor, which is how the chemical got its namesake. But no matter if it's a gas or a liquid, the horrible effects still remain the same. And I hope you're ready for some brief chemistry lessons here, because I'm going to be giving you a rundown of how these chemicals affect the human body. And since I'm a chemical engineer during my day job, you can, you know, trust me, bro. Alright, so mustard gas is what's called a blistering agent. This means that its main form of attack is damaging human tissue. And this is done through the chemical's ability to really fudge up the DNA and proteins in the nuclei of your cells, particularly in the moisture areas of your body like your eyes, your skin, and your respiratory tract. So rest easy knowing that nowhere's really safe, especially if you sweat a lot, like, say, a soldier in the heat of battle carrying a crap ton of equipment. Any skin exposed to mustard gas will develop severe chemical burns, and thanks to all that DNA and protein destruction, will form very juicy but agonizingly painful blisters.
Alright, all of that's just, I think I'm gonna skip past that one. I'm not sure about, like, what else is gonna show there. I don't want to get TOS'd.
Funny shirt just isn't work appropriate. Blucken's unique skill, if you would call it that, quickly distinguished him amongst his peers. If you needed someone dead, you've never heard of.
Evil people you've never heard of, okay. Vasily Blokhin.
They say that if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. A quote that perfectly describes Vasily Blokhin, the deadliest executioner in known human history. Blokhin got his first taste for blood after joining the Red Army during the events of World War I. Over the years, he became the perfect soldier, one who was able to perform tasks effectively, efficiently, and without hesitation. This, of course, really accelerated Blokhin's military career, as in 1921, he was recruited into the Soviet secret police organization known as the NKVD. One bonus on his extensive resume was his innate ability to remain emotionally numb when carrying out acts of violence. He simply saw it as part of the job, comparative to menial tasks like filing paperwork or having to put up with
so he was just a
deprecations
psychopath.
and incessant complaints that your funny shirt just isn't work appropriate. Blokhin's unique skill, if you would call it that, quickly distinguished him amongst his peers. If you needed someone dead, Vasily was your guy. His work and unwavering loyalty continued to push him upward and onward. In
That's
just
a lot of
6 years,
badges.
he was assigned as head of a newly created branch of the NKVD by Mr. Supreme Soviet leader guy Joseph Stalin, a branch specifically designed for executions. And with that, Blokhin had become one of Stalin's most trusted workers, executing low and high-profile targets without question.
Excellent work, Blokhin. That goes right up on fridge.
During his service, Blokhin had personally executed thousands of people, including high-ranking Soviet officials during the Great Purge, an internal mass execution of anyone remotely accused of opposing Stalin's rule. Blokhin himself had been spared from the purge due to his repeated proofs of loyalty to the Soviet cause, his magnum opus being his involvement in the Katyn massacre. Now, if you've never heard of the Katyn massacre, I wouldn't be surprised. When teaching about World War II, history classes tend to focus on German war atrocities and kind of skim over all of the other ones, especially the Soviet Union's. Despite the German invasion of Poland in 1939 and World War II officially starting, the Allied powers of Great Britain and France didn't really do much in retaliation.
Oh, Germany, you better leave Poland alone.
Oh, fair point. Carry on. The big bad Soviet Union had also invaded Poland just a few weeks later, capturing hundreds of thousands of Polish prisoners of war, many of which were sent to labor camps. But in the spring of 1940, around 22,000 prisoners consisting of Polish officers, engineers, teachers, and other civilians were systematically executed under Blokhin's supervision, with Blokhin himself having personally executed over 7,000 people in just 28 days. I'll think about that for a second. 7,000 people in 28 days. That's 250 people a day. Now, Blokhin and his men reportedly would work 10-hour days non-stop, so that's 25 people an hour, or one person every 2 to 3 minutes. Now, these weren't indirectly through ordering his men, but this was by his own hand. Blokhin had pretty much developed an assembly line of death so efficient it would make Henry Ford envious. Prisoners would be escorted into a soundproof...
Couldn't imagine having that bloodshed on my hands. You have to be a special kind of psychopath to do something like that. Yeah, they're definitely a psychopath. I couldn't imagine having any bloodshed on my hands, to be honest.
Room against a sandbag-lined wall. Without a word, these prisoners' last sensation would be feeling the muzzle of a German pistol in the back of their neck before being brutally murdered. Wait, a German pistol? I hear you ask. Why would Soviets be using German pistols? 2 words: plausible deniability. Think of it this
No
way.
way.
If thousands of victims in mass graves happen to be found with German bullets lodged in their noggins, who do you think's going to be blamed? Don't look at us, it was them. Blokhin's massacre is regarded as the largest mass murder conducted by a single person in known human history, even acknowledged by the coveted Guinness Book of World Records in 2010.
What?
Really stretching for content there. It is believed that throughout his career, Blokhin's personal kill count had reached
Well, that's a
tens of
world record, I
thousands,
guess.
But his spree would soon come to an end. After
Put in your
Stalin
book.
privately passed away in a puddle of piss in 1953, Blokhin was forced into retirement in disgrace.
To be fair, Germans make stuff. This was also probably more durable. Maybe. I don't know how it was back then.
He was ostracized by the public and stripped of his military honors during the de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union. So, of course, he did what any Russian does when they're sad or happy or breathing. He consumed a lot of alcohol, a habit that eventually led to his death in 1955 at the age of 60. Right after the thrilling events of World War I in 1918, the Austro-Hungarian Empire had
Wait,
collapsed
Who's
at
next?
the age of 60.
Ante Pavelic.
Right after the thrilling events of World War I in 1918, the Austro-Hungarian Empire had collapsed. With a little bit of elbow grease and the mashing together of various kingdoms and regions, a new political entity was formed. The state of Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs, home to many Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs. One of those kingdoms thrown in the mix was Croatia, the birthplace of this stern jug of juice, Ante Pavelic. His main personality trait was
So basically Yugoslavia.
loving Croatia. God, he loved Croatia. So much so that he made a name for himself and rose through the ranks as a politician and representative in state parliament in order to demand Croatian independence. But this guy, Alexander I, had other ideas. Who's he? Well, he's the Prince Regent in these parts and the one who just got done unifying all of these kingdoms and states. Years and years of political turmoil ensued, which is honestly to be expected when you force a bunch of different political
I'm gonna say it. He looks like a fucking nerd. Doesn't he? He looks like he looks like between Slaughter he would play D&D.
regions together into singularity. In 1929, now King Alexander had hit a boiling point. In order to regain order, he dismantled and banned all political parties.
He's a little attractive at least, but he does look like a nerd. I mean, yeah, those are not mutually exclusive, right?
Declaring a royal dictatorship. He
Not
even came up with
necessarily.
a new name for his kingdom, Yugoslavia.
Ah, that's what I said.
Yugoslavia. But since Yugoslavia is not Croatia, Pavelic had it. He fled the kingdom and conspired with revolutionary groups to undermine the rule of Yugoslavia, who responded, "Do you want a death sentence? 'Cause that's how you get a death sentence." And so Pavelic got a death sentence. He was exiled to Germany, but since he didn't feel like dying quite yet, he instead skedaddled off to seek asylum in Italy. There, he used his political influence and
Is Yugoslavia even around? Nope. I think it split in the 90s, I think? It was a huge war. And a shit ton of war crimes and, you know, all the things included in that. Yeah. Mostly done by Serbia, if I remember correctly. It's nowadays it's like Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia. What else? I don't know what else. But it's a bunch of countries now that I could split. Yeah, 92. But yeah, it's now it's Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia, stuff like that.
Persuasive stern look to form the Ustasha, a Croatian nationalist movement aimed at achieving Croatian independence by any means necessary. And you can bet your fat tits that means bombings, assassinations, and uprisings. During said uprisings, King Alexander regrettably stated, if you want a regime change, you need to kill me. They did. On October 9th, 1934, King Alexander I was assassinated by Ustasha
Just
member
know that
Vladimir
Turkey has a lot of cats. Yeah, strays.
Chernozemski, using a handgun hidden in a bouquet of flowers.
Also a lot of
Still
poverty.
living in Italy, Pavlich, along with several accomplices, were determined to be culpable for the assassination and were sentenced to death by Yugoslavia's friend France, who pressured Italy to carry out the deed. And Italy was all, linguini fettuccini, we ask a Mussolini. Thanks to his political privileges, Pavlich was only put under house arrest for 18 months. That'll teach him. Right, France? Oh, here we go. Looks like Germany's back at it again, and the world collectively Versailles in disappointment.
Oh, it's Ocarina of Time music.
After the invasion of France in 1940, Nazi Germany invaded Yugoslavia in 1941. This ultimately resulted in Pavlich being installed as dictator to a newly independent Croatia. The mean mustache himself even met with Pavlich and gave some pointers in the art of ethnic cleansing. The only art he ever saw any success in. But Pavlich would soon put this advice into action.
No.
During World War II,
He saw a lot of other success, let's be fair.
Pavlich had created his own network of concentration camps run by his beloved Ustasha, one of which being the Sisak concentration camp.
Sisak?
The only known camp specifically designed...
There's a these nuts joke in there. He suck on these nuts.
for children. These camps carried out the collection and mass murder of nearly 400,000 Serbs.
I was
Jews,
contemplating
and
if I should
Romani,
make
with
this
an
joke
additional
because it's about a
300,000
concentration
either
camp, but
exiled or forcibly
you know what, it's
converted
long
to
enough, fuck
Eastern
it.
Orthodox Christianity, all for the sake of Croatian ethnic homogeneity. Towns were completely ransacked, villages were outright destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of innocent lives were lost. These actions gave the Ustasha notoriety that struck fear into the hearts of anyone who dared cross their path. Nazi Army General Edmund Gleiser-Hochtenau witnessed firsthand the atrocity of Pavlich and the Ustasha.
Oh, he also has
saying,
the beard.
quote, "Our troops have to be mute witnesses of such events. It does not reflect well on their otherwise high reputation. The Ustasha have gone raging mad." That's pretty telling when even a Nazi general thinks you're being a bad dude. After
Yeah,
the
I
Axis
would say
power
so.
fell, Pavlich got the hell out of Dodge, eventually fleeing to Argentina in 1948. But then some other surviving Ustasha members arrived. After a quick reunion of high fives and smooches, the gang wasted no time in forming the Croatian Liberation Movement. Persistent little buggers, weren't they? They were basically trying to control this from over here. It didn't work.
Yeah.
After an assassination attempt in 1957, Pavlich hightailed it out of Argentina, eventually ending up in Spain, where he died of his injuries 2 years later. This is Idi Amin, regarded as one of the cruelest dictators in Ugandan history. He had humble beginnings back in 1946, where he served in the
That's a high
colonial
bar.
army as a cook's assistant. In addition to cooking up a good steak, Amin was raring to have a job well done in his military career, so he speed ran through promotions within the Ugandan army, making it all the way up to captain in 1962.
I'm the captain now.
All of this impressive progress received recognition from Ugandan Prime Minister Milton Obote, and a friendship formed. Hey, hi. One that would be fruitful in many shady activities, including ivory and gold smuggling. After being
Nice.
threatened with investigation by the Ugandan parliament, Obote overthrew King President Person Mutesa II and seized the position for himself in 1966. The ex-king
Probably
was
not
exiled
nice.
to the UK, where he lamented over the loss of his country, ultimately drinking himself to death just 3 years later.
Sonichu medallion.
After the coup, Obote promoted a now more rotund Amin to commander of the Ugandan army. But all good times must come to an end. Obote himself was a terrible ruler. His regime was plagued with corruption and terror,
Oh, who would have
resulting in
thought?
nationwide starvation and cruelties toward the Ugandan people. Not surprisingly, Obote had experienced a failed assassination attempt where he was shot through the teeth and out his cheek. The assassin missed, and Obote is pissed, so in response he had any and all political parties banned, with their members jailed for life. Meanwhile, Amin Amin was in the corner doing his own thing, building up his beloved military for less than necessary fighting in neighboring wars. Obote didn't like that, and Amin didn't like that Obote didn't like that, so they began not liking each other. As a personal bitch slap, Obote had stripped Amin of his freshly granted commanding privileges and threatened him with jail time for misappropriating military funds. But this only activated Amin's trap card, prompting a takeover of the Ugandan government while Obote was out and about doing president things. The Ugandan people, having just gone through years of suffering under Obote's regime, were pretty thrilled and cheered Amin's efforts. Now in control in 1971, Amin declared that the military would temporarily run the government until new elections could be run. He even promised to free all
They
political
probably never
prisoners,
will run.
but he never did.
Yeah.
In reality, he flew too close to the sun, taking comfort in its warmth. Just a week later, Amin declared himself President of Uganda, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Ugandan Army Chief of Staff, and Chief of Air Staff. The ego's starting to take over a bit. With this uncontested power, Amin began systematic
Like a Hideo Kojima game.
executions of anyone who, he believed, would oppose his rule. Roughly 15,000 civilians had disappeared, now believed to have been kidnapped and given front row tickets to Amin's newly constructed state-of-the-art torture facility. However, this failed to slake Amin's thirst for blood. He soon expanded his list of victims to various groups throughout the country. We're talking artists, journalists, lawyers, students, senior members of government, foreign nationals, anyone who had even the most infinitesimally small tie to Obote. There were even rumors of Amin being a cannibal, or at least having tasted human meat, though it seems like he rated it 1 star as it was, quote, too salty for him. Human rights organizations estimate that between 300,000 to 500,000 people were slain under Amin's tyrannical rule.
Holy
Known
shit.
as the Butcher of Africa, Idi Amin not only murdered his own people, but devastated the Ugandan economy as well. He had expelled around 80,000 business owners and seized their property. So Amin walked up to an African stand and he said to the man running the stand, "Hey, bump, 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 get out of here or I'll kill you." Then he waddled away.
What about those
These
cannibalism
businesses,
rumors?
which were basically the country's economic
Yeah.
backbone, were handed off to his inner circle, and they all quickly
That's
went
actually-
bankrupt from mismanagement.
Like, there's situations where I get it, right? If you're like stuck in a cave and like there's someone just died and you're like so hungry that you get basically like go insane. But this dude had everything. And he's just like, I wonder how human meat tastes.
Edie? More like idiot.
Allegedly.
Anyway, the businesses accounted for about 90% of the government's tax revenue, so government funds went poof. Yeah, just like that. Amin became blinded with power, so much so that he was unable to see the inevitable brick wall that the country was heading towards. His closest cabinet members, realizing that murdering everyone and crippling an economy aren't really the best long-term policies, started to
Yep. You idiot. You idiot. Such a good boy. Look at him, he's so round. Was it good? Yes, it was good, right? Ah, look, he's licking his lips. He really doesn't like cameras. I mean, he doesn't know what they are, but still. The game's such a pretty game. Yeah.
Fact, abandoning Uganda to seek safety
I
elsewhere.
added that to
Amin
the
even
snack
began losing
redeem.
control over his own military. Coups and mutinies were commonplace as officers fought for power. But he had a plan. I have a plan. We're gonna take Tanzania. Alley-oop.
I need to look
just
like
not
that.
as
I
funny as
just closed the
oversimplified.
package, so it says fresh.
Uh-oh. Tanzania fought back hard. In order to save face, the former 10-time Ugandan light heavyweight champion Amin had a plan. I have a plan. Yeah, Amin actually suggested a boots to asses 1v1 super slam. But the Tanzanian president had a plan of his own.
Honestly, what would probably be a better place if like wars got decided by the leaders getting into the ring? Never gonna happen, but
In the end, Amin was deposed and fled in exile, where he apparently ate up to 40 oranges a day until his death in 2003.
man, you gotta get heartburn
It's
from that.
definitely no picnic. Now, if this video wasn't satisfying enough, I do have more of these little evil bastards for another video. So if you want me to make it, let me know in the comments. While you're at it, let me know who you would want me
Touchy
to cover.
tots.
For our
What?
last entry, we'll be taking a trip down to Colombia. Now, any
Ooh.
of you Colombians out there might be familiar with this guy, but for those of us who don't put cheese in our hot chocolate, let me introduce you to Luis Garavito, perhaps one of the most prolific serial killers in modern
And conflicts
history.
might end
This guy was a
unexpectedly.
straight-up monster. Appropriately nicknamed La Bestia, or The Beast, Garavito was arrested in 1999 and convicted of murdering 193 children. Garavito's crime began when he was
Jesus.
just 15 in 1972. He had reportedly suffered severe depression, psychosis, and paranoia, allegedly stemming from an extremely abusive and traumatic childhood at the hand of his father. Pairing all that mental anguish with crippling alcoholism and an aggressive personality, Garavito began compulsively forcing himself on young children. Disgusted by his own actions, he had attempted to seek help, attending church sermons,
Yeah, you should
AA
be
meetings,
disgusted.
and even seeing psychiatrists, wanting nothing more than to live a normal, happy life. But he was never able to claw himself out of the dark hole that he was in. Look, there's no denying that childhood trauma is tragic, but when you commit
Yeah, it doesn't
unspeakable acts of
justify it,
violence
just
against
explains
innocent
it.
children, or really anyone for that matter, sympathy kind of goes out the window. Being a victim's one thing, creating victims is another. Moving in.
An explanation is not a justification. That's why I don't like not guilty by reason of insanity either. Like, yeah, it explains why the person did it, but it doesn't justify doing it.
Into the 80s, Garavito's habits had only escalated. He emphasized that his urges to act out were constant and, according to him, uncontrollable. He would impulsively assault homeless children, and to make matters worse, began carrying razor blades and lighters to satiate his growing lust for violence. After each outburst and eventually regaining his composure, Garavito claimed that he would be overwhelmed with guilt. He would
Well,
write
he should
down
have
names
just
of his
killed
victims in a
himself. I'm
notebook
sorry, but
and
it's
prayed
true.
for their safety. At this point, his victim count had crossed above 100.
If he felt so guilty.
Devastated by his supposedly uncontrollable impulses, he desperately tried to find any answers as to why he was the way he was. He looked to religion, astrology, the occult, really anything that could potentially bring him some revelation. But during this little literary leap, he had stumbled upon a certain notorious autobiography. With each turn of the page, Garavito really started relating to this Adolf guy. I mean, they both suffered abusive childhoods, lived in poverty, are both complete dickholes, you know, that kind of stuff. Luis even went a bit further and began idolizing one Campo Delgado, a Colombian serial killer who had publicly murdered 28 people, including his own mother, in the 1980s. More specifically, he admired the national attention that Delgado received and wanted to experience that firsthand. Now, the 1990s is where Garavito really went off the rails. He was now apathetic in his crimes. He felt nothing. No remorse, no sorrow, nothing.
Wait. That looks like Hassan. Not gonna lie.
He felt nothing. No remorse, no sorrow, nothing. With all emotional ties cut, Garavito's actions hit an apex. Across this decade, Luis committed the mass murder and assault of hundreds of children. In disguise, he lured victims into secluded areas in broad daylight where they were assaulted, stabbed, cut, burned, beaten, eviscerated, and dismembered. After their passing, the victims were often placed in dozens of mass graves scattered across the countryside, with some containing as many as 40 bodies. Now, you can't really hide violence of that caliber for long, so eventually the graves were discovered in 1998, and an official investigation was launched. Because of his continued alcoholism, Garavito's work was sloppy. He would often leave articles of clothing, empty liquor bottles, and various belongings at his crime scenes. Honestly, it's kind of weird that it took so long to get caught.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Did eventually lead to his arrest.
This was the 90s.
While being interrogated, Garavito confessed to the murder of hundreds of children. Now, of course, in order to prevent the large, sandpapery, unlubed fist of YouTube from giving my butthole an identical neighbor, I of course cannot go into the nitty-gritty of the crimes. You morbidly curious little deviants would have to look that up for yourselves. But don't say I didn't warn you. In the end, Garavito's crimes rightfully warranted a sentence of up to 1,853 years and 9 days in prison. That's pretty great. Except for the fact that Colombian law at the time prevented any sentence from being longer than 40 years. And get this, since he had given a full confession and even helped investigators find the bodies, his sentence was further reduced down to just 22 years.
That's crazy.
The Colombian population was pissed.
Understandably
so. In 2021, Garavito's parole was personally denied by the Colombian president, who vowed that he would never be a free man again. And he never was. Luis Garavito was diagnosed with eye cancer and died in prison in 2023. Embarrassing.
I hope it was painful.
At just 6 years old, itty-bitty Jimmy II of Scotland was an excited little prince eager to one day inherit the throne from his dear old dad, King James I.
Embarrassing royal deaths.
That day is today. Dad? James I was a victim of a coup conducted by his power-hungry uncle who sought to seize the throne. His wife, the Queen, was injured but managed to survive despite being an intended target. Although certainly shaken, she stirred up quite the outcry from her Scottish subjects by putting her now very dead husband's corpse on display.
I killed him.
Seeing the sheer brutality that had occurred, an all-out manhunt began for the men responsible. And these men were captured and brutally executed.
Bro, what?
The old king gone, it was time to crown a new one. Being only 6 at the time of his dad's dastardly demise, Slimmy Jimmy Jr. was crowned on March 27, 1437. But since he couldn't make any sound decisions as a youth, his still-alive mom took power as regent, acting as ruler on James's behalf. But therein lies the problem. See, the people of Scotland are what we call Scottish. The Queen, now ruling over Scotland, hailed from England. You see the problem here. She was promptly pushed from power in favor of someone a bit more Scottish. Bursting through the door is Archibald Douglas. He's the king's much older first cousin. He took the job but died a few years later from a fever since there wasn't a cowbell in sight. Power was then passed to these two fine fellows, Lord William Crichton and Sir Alexander Livingston. Their goal was to keep King James safe and in power, but in such a hostile political environment, with all these seemingly random people trying to do their best to position themselves into more power, sometimes it takes a bit of violence to achieve those goals. The best example of said violence being the infamous Black Dinner. In 1440, Lord Crichton and Sir Livingston held a royal dinner at Edinburgh Castle.
Did they poison each other?
At the top of the invite list were 16-year-old William Douglas and his 10-year-old brother, David Douglas. They were the sons of former fever haver Archibald Douglas and a threat to the crown. While downing a hock of ham and a bushel of apples, or whatever they ate in those times, the brothers would soon learn that this dinner would come with a show. In the middle of the meal, a decapitated black bull's head was aggressively slammed onto the table in front of them. Ooh, dessert. Now, apparently having a black bull's bulbous block brutally bashed onto your beautiful buffet was a Scottish nobleman's friendly gesture of impending doom. Despite the young King James's pleas, the two boys were captured and beheaded right in front of him. Hardly
Jesus.
This historical power move was the direct inspiration for that red wedding scene in the Game of Thrones. Fast forward through a few years of childhood trauma to 1449, and the now 19-year-old James marries a nice lady named Mary, and she shoots out 7 kids. One of them dies. Very sad, but very typical. With his marriage and coming of age, James's kingship switched from free trial to premium access. However, what was left of those dang Douglases are still fighting to retain power. If only there was a way for a king to take care of such an annoyance. Yeah, that works. James eventually wiped the Douglases from power and yoinked their land, and he was now in full control of his kingdom. Despite looking super spooky with his villainous vermilion birthmark covering half of his face like that one Avatar guy.
Close.
James was a very successful king. He was super social with commoners and advocated for advances in education, helping found the University of Glasgow.
And apparently he can see in both directions at once.
In 1451. James was also a huge proponent of modern war technology, which, at the time, happened to be war cannons. These engineering marvels of bronze and iron were critical in besieging forts and castles, as cannonballs would just chew right through them things. While attempting to capture Roxburgh Castle, one of the last Scottish castles still under smelly English control after the Scottish Independence Wars, King James II positioned himself next to one of his prized cannons, and after a few words of encouragement to his bombardment buddy, the king gave the order. Artillery! The mounted metal menace exploded, killing King James
Why would you
II
stand next to
instantly
it?
at the age of 29. This rather unfortunate death was cemented in Scottish lore on August 3rd, 1460, and is officially, well, canon. In the middle of the Capetian dynasty, the Kingdom of France was ruled by this guy, Louis VI, also known as Louis the Fat. Oh, which is just mean. He should be called Louis the Body Positive. Anyway, this big fat asshole had 8 kids, and this chapter is all about his eldest son, Philip.
Call me Phil.
As was tradition in the Capetian dynasty to establish a clear lineage to the throne, young Philip was crowned as co-king of the Franks at the tender age of 13, right about the time when teen angst starts kicking in. Although reportedly Louis's favorite child, Philip was a bit of a stinker. He would refuse to listen to his father's authority, fail to pay attention to any of the king's lectures and set standards for being a king, and devolved into being a disobedient little shithead, as kids tend to be. According to Walter Mapp, a historic writer during that time period, the continued arrogance and insubordination of the...
He should have been like, with a name like... If your last name is Mapp, you should be a cartographer. Like, it should be law.
Historic writer during that time period, the continued arrogance and insubordination of the spry little king made him, quote, a burden to all. You know, like when you see a small child convulsing on the floor of your local Target because a 36-year-old man-child snatched the last Pokemon Prismatic Evolutions booster pack out of their clammy little ham hands while the parent just looked on in a dead stare. Hang in there, man. Even though a troublesome
Fucking Logan Paul, man.
soon fix itself. In October of 1131,
He did so much damage to like TCG stuff.
at age 15, young King Philip was chilling with the bros, racing through the streets on their 1-horsepower tricked-out Mustangs, when everything was turned on its head. A small sable swine scuttled into the street, right in the path of the oncoming prince and his gang. Philip, who was leading the group, was catapulted off of his horse.
Post did so much damage to a lot of things, let's be honest here. Yeah, true. That is not wrong.
After it had tripped over the surprise pig. Prince Philip slammed into the ground in a devastating crack and crunch of bone, fracturing all of his limbs and being rendered unconscious. Tragically, the young king had succumbed to his wounds the very next day. King Louis and his family were stricken with immense grief over the loss of their son. The little piggy went to market, but it should have stayed home. George II, King of Great Britain, began life as a tiny little bratwurst in Hanover, Germany in 1683. His father, also George, was the first king of the Hanoverian era and a rather combative parent. Neither George liked the other and would always get into very heated and very public arguments over stuff like politics and other king things. But to be a little more specific, small George despised his dad's advisor, Robert Walpole, the guy considered to be the first British Prime Minister and the one who was really pulling all of the political strings behind the considered to be the first
I gotta check this out. Wow. That's the trivia. There's no way, right? Uh... I was right! He's based on, inspired by Robert Walpole, the first Prime Minister of Britain. There we go. How did I know? So smart. So smart. Yeah, I can see there's similarities. Damn.
British Prime Minister, and the one who was really pulling all of the political strings
He
behind
wasn't
the scene.
actually
Think the
based on
Wizard
a
of Oz,
pirate,
but with a
like
smaller
so many
head and
others.
worse teeth. But one day, enough was enough. Big George banished Little George from the king's palace after a falling out. The prince was pretty okay with this. He and his wife lived in peace and quiet for quite a few years until, well, the king died.
Actually, a shit ton of One Piece characters are actually based on real historical people. Mostly pirates, though.
Time to go be a king. Prince George achieved his kingship in 1727 at the age of 43. Views of his reign as king were mixed. Despite squashing
Steam
the
reviews.
uprisings, expanding the arts, laying the foundations for the Industrial Revolution, and overseeing many successful military conflicts, including leading his troops into battle himself at the age of 60, his English subjects just couldn't get over the fact that he was German, so, you know, they were biased. Growing into his golden years, age started to really take a toll on the king. By 1760, King George II was 76, blind in one eye and hard of hearing. In the wee hours of October 25th, the rather fermented monarch rose from his bed, drank his iconic 6 a.m. hot chocolate, and excused himself to the loo to force out his own hot chocolate. But it was here on his cushy secondary throne that things took a turn for the worse. A servant stationed outside of the royal chambers heard a loud crash and comedically tore the door open to find the root of the commotion. What he found was the king on the floor, seemingly having just finished his
What's that toilet? Well, royalty, man.
George was lifted onto his bed and tended to by his physician, but his body crapped out on him. The king was dead. An autopsy of the royal remains indicated that the king had died as a result of a thoracic aortic dissection, the first reported case in history. See that tear right there in the aorta? The big artery leading into his artery? Yeah, that's not supposed to be there. But how it happened is the question. And it is believed that the blood pressure...
Actually, when I was, let's say, 12 or 13, something like that, I did like an internship in a retirement home in the kitchen there. And one day it just started stinking like the most vile shit. And apparently, from what I've been told, one of the grandmas there actually died on the toilet while taking a shit. She fell over and like exploded everywhere, the shit.
Required to cause such a rupture on an old man's already weakened heart came from a rather forceful push of the pelvic floor muscles. So,
the poor cleanup crew.
Intestinal burden, the king relieved himself of this mortal coil. Remember to stay hydrated.
Aragon.
In a time where kings were given rather displeasing titles such as the Terrible or the Bad or the Slobberer, Martin of Aragon was granted the title of Martin the Humane.
I've been in several nursing homes due to my grandma being in and out of them for rehab. Can confirm that kind of stuff happens more often than you'd think, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you already like have a weak heart or a heart condition, like if you ever pressed out a hard shit or something, like you can pop like a vein in your eye from taking a shit, right? Like, and if something can make you pop a vein, I also wouldn't be surprised if it like could fuck with your heart.
The gracious nickname was a testament to his kind and caring nature. He basically earned it by being a bit less murdery than any other kings at the time. I mean, all the guy did was reconquer Sardinia, suppress revolts, and led crusades against the Moors in northern Africa. But other than that, he's a perfect little angel, focusing on internal stability within his own kingdom of Aragon.
You're creating a lot of pressure in your body from it. Yeah. Literally shit happens, true.
But times of peace make for soft men. With little to no conflict to tend to in his later years, Martin grew older and wider. By 1410, at age 53, the king was rather rotund, wrinkled, and in a risky state of health, both physically and mentally. You see, his wife and his 4 children had died, leaving him all alone on his throne. He had married his distant and much younger cousin as a last-ditch effort to
Jesus
produce an heir,
Christ.
but with no success. The depressed
Man.
and obese king had a little more to live for, and would instead gorge himself in solitude. On one fateful night, the king had just downed a whole roasted goose by himself. Where does he put it all? If you've ever slammed down a large meal too quickly, you usually get some pretty bad indigestion, or as I like to call it, the ERP. Since this was the land before Tums, the king had to sleep off his
When I eat too fast, I just get hiccups from it.
discomfort. He lumbered up to his royal chambers and shimmied himself into his rather strong bed. To cheer himself up a bit, Martin clapped his greasy meat hooks together, summoning his court jester for some late-night entertainment so he could hop aboard the train to Sleepytime Junction with a smile, even though he had no idea what a train even was. The jester apparently took his sweet time while being summoned, as he was asked about where he was
Wait,
the
why
moment
the
he entered
jester?
the king's chambers. And this was when all hell broke loose. What the heck took you so long? Well, now hold on. I can't in good conscience let this play out with at least putting up a disclaimer. What you're about to hear is the joke that supposedly ended a nearly 300-year medieval dynasty.
Really?
For the faint of heart, you were warned. I was in the next vineyard, where I saw a young deer hanging by his tail from a tree, as if someone had so punished him for stealing figs. The
Really?
king lost his absolute shit.
Wait. The other time he mentioned like a dude dying of laughter. It was a donkey eating figs. What's with figs?
Reportedly slapping his belly in laughter for 3
And people
hours
laughing
straight,
to death,
eventually
themse-
falling
themselves
out of
to
his bed and
death.
collapsing on the ground where he lay dead
It's like it's the second time already that an animal is eating figs and someone laughs themselves to death.
from an apparent
What the
heart attack.
fuck?
With no heirs to assume the throne, the House of Barcelona, after ruling the Crown of Aragon for 273 years, fell after the delivery of a single joke. Now, of course, historians debate if this story is even true, as some accounts have Martin dying of the plague, food poisoning, or complications from his weight. But those aren't nearly as funny. Archduke Alexander Leopold of Austria was a big dumb nerd. While the world of royalty focused on politics, land grabbing, and who could kill who more effectively, Alex instead played with his chemistry set in the corner, scribbling notes in a language called mathematics. It's no
Damn.
surprise that young Alex took a liking to the sciences, as his dad, Holy Roman Emperor Guy Leopold II, was a strong advocate for Enlightenment principles.
Yeah, I can see the similarities. That's definitely his son. For sure. But Jesus Christ, holy forehead, man.
Principles and the study of natural sciences. Today's lesson is called gravity. Whoa, gravity. But since he was still an emperor's son, involvement in politics was inevitable. Take, for instance, the Kingdom of Hungary. It wasn't officially part of the Holy Roman Empire, but it was somehow still ruled by it. There were governors in charge, but Emperor Leopold was
Oh
all,
my
"Here,
God.
here's my son. Make him do something." And thus, little Alex was elected into a lordship position known as a palatine. He had a pretty good time in that position until the Jacobin conspiracy. A group of rebels were trying to have the Kingdom of Hungary break free from all Holy Roman Empire control, instead giving the royal crown to Alex. He very firmly said no, and the rebels were punished severely. With all of this political nonsense, Alex yearned for the simpler times of just mixing chemicals together to see what blows up. So in 1795, at the age of 22, Alex
can
left
respect
Hungary
that.
for Vienna, Austria, and took up residence in Laxenburg Palace. But one summer, the young Archduke decided to turn up the heat and dabble in homemade pyrotechnics, a hobby that is famous for its safe and non-destructive nature.
Yeah, sure.
Expecting a visit from his cousin, Alex decided to rig up an extravagant fireworks display inside the palace. Hey, just because you're educated doesn't mean you're smart. To be fair, he,
That's
along with
fucking
a few
stupid.
servants, set up the show within a fortified armory called a casemate, with the intent of firing the rockets towards the outside. So it's not like he decided to just shove firecrackers into a kitchen cabinet for shits and gigs. He was a man of science after all. Nevertheless, all gunpowder and makeshift explosives were stored inside the fortified walls. When his cousin arrived, he attempted to fire off the first rocket, but since Mother Nature has great comedic timing, a rogue gust of wind blew the rocket over, launching itself into other explosives
Jesus.
and gunpowder reserves.
So fucking
Everything
stupid.
exploded, engulfing the Archduke and his servants in a goodness gracious great ball of fire. Talk about going out with a bang, am I right?
Ooh.
The title of king kinda just fell into the lap of old Adolf Frederick of Sweden in 1751. During the Age of Liberty, a time in history when the Swedish parliament was all... Adolf's rule as king was essentially worthless.
20
He was
years.
no more than a political figurehead while all the real guys in fancy wigs did the ruling. But apparently not very
Like
well,
the British
because
royal
by the
family.
end of the Age of Liberty in 1772, Sweden was kind of worse for the wear. Its land ownership had diminished, trade had evaporated, and technological advancements were lagging. So Sweden was forced to sit back and watch its neighbors and rivals proudly wave around their large, throbbing economies. During King Adolf's lavishly lackadaisical leadership, nothing extraordinary happened. The substandard sovereign did attempt to regain power, but failed to do so, because he sucked. In fact, his entire reign is seen as a dull but peaceful lull in Swedish history with not much to show for it. And unfortunately for the king, the only exciting point in his life, at least from a historical perspective, was his death. According to some historical records, the rather indulgent king had overindulged himself on some food. On February 12, 1771,
Again?
the king's last supper reportedly consisted of lobster, caviar, sauerkraut, smoked herring, and champagne. Oh, and a few of these bad boys.
Oh, nice.
This is a semla, a traditional Swedish sweet roll stuffed with almond paste and whipped cream, and hot damn does it look tasty. And that's exactly what the king thought as he inhaled 14 of them. Not surprisingly, all of that food did not sit well in the king's tummy, and all that
Especially
internal stress
mixed.
is believed to have caused heart failure. The poor guy straight up ate himself to death. Now, before the actually crowd starts pounding away on their greasy keyboards, this tale of his death is regarded as propaganda and is highly discredited by modern historians. The official autopsy report for the king has survived all of these years and has concluded, based on all the evidence that they could gather from sleuthing around the king's insides, that his royal majesty had a stroke. Now, suffering from a stroke is rough, but for a king that wasn't up to par, it's a fair way to go. That's some golf humor for you. The silliest deaths in history.
All right. The last one. Spoiled baby, yeah. But he's always been spoiled. Yeah. That's 5 out of 5 for today.
Part 2.
And you even got a little extra.
In a world of constant scientific revolution and innovation, it's
Not
required
as much
that
as I
any new
love 'em.
theories be put to the test with reliable and repeatable proofs. Otherwise, you're about as useful as a flat earther. But sometimes that proof puts people in harm's way. Take, for instance, one Jesse William Lazier. This handsome block of cheddar was an American physician in the late 1800s, though he did live to see the new century, just not for very long. But we'll get to that in a bit. Growing from a well-to-do boy into a well-to-do man, Lazier had a passion for helping the ill and minimizing all of the icky sickies that had plagued humanity throughout history. So he took that passion and put it to good use, receiving his doctorate in medicine from Columbia University in 1892. Upgrading himself from graduate to practicing physician in 1895, Lazier focused his studies on two major diseases, the infectious malaria and the deadly yellow fever, both of which were stirring up all kinds of problems in the late 1800s, the worst of which being that people were dying. But exactly how these diseases were being spread so easily, particularly in the southern United States and in the Caribbean, remained a mystery, for a few more years at least. Well, that's not exactly true. You see, about 14 years earlier, Cuban public health professional disease research guy Carlos Finlay came up with a theory. He proposed that some diseases, particularly yellow fever, could be transmitted through the bite of a single infected mosquito. It's a rather simple theory.
Yeah.
An itty-bitty mosquito bites an infected monkey, acquires the yellow fever, flies away, finds a healthy human, gives the suck and leaves behind yellow fever, and the cycle continues. Now, if you've ever spent more than 2 seconds in the American South, you know just how bad them little shits can get. So if there's a few infected people and a lot of mosquitoes, things are going to spread faster than a bad joke at a
Pretty sure, like, doesn't malaria spread by mosquito?
dad convention. Oh, come on, I'm hungry. Oh, he said it. Finlay laid out his research and presented his nido-mosquito theory to the scientific community, opting for control over the mosquito population to minimize the spread. And they all laughed at
Mosquitoes are so bad in the south, especially in the summer near the lake. Yeah. I mean, they love, like, moisture and shit.
him.
A lot of
Some stupid
insects,
science
too.
bitches ridiculed and mocked Finlay's theory, brushing it off as complete nonsense. But now we fast forward more than a decade, and a very confident Lazier was willing to put that theory to the test. On himself. Right here's an infected skater, and here's an uninfected me. So, if it bites me and I get infected, well, there you go. And so, in September of 1900, Lazier was deliberately bitten by an infected mosquito. He contracted yellow fever and died several days later.
Well,
But his sacrifice would not be in vain, as it confirmed Finlay's theory, subsequently revolutionizing the control of yellow fever, including
Nice.
controlling the mosquito population.
America!
The age of exploration saw a lot of exploring from many a capable sea
Completely eaten up in the summer as a kid.
captain. But amongst the Columbuses and Marco Polos of history, some have fallen through the cracks, their deeds and accomplishments forgotten.
I think
in
most
time,
people have
or just
experiences
not
with
important enough
that.
for people to care. Johnny Kendrick was one such captain. Ever since growing up aboard Papa Kendrick's whaling vessel in his teenage years, John had a love of the sea, which explains the vast success he found in his later years. This guy was more American than he strapped apple pie asking for a tip. A member of the American Sons of Liberty, Kendrick personally took part in the famous Boston Tea Party, hucking countless crates of precious British life fuel into the harbor. He also commanded a privateer ship during the American Revolution, attacking and capturing British warships with his crew of 104 men, even going as far as helping convince the French to join the fight. After helping America get its independence, Kendrick took to the seas once more, this time on a more exploratory venture. Teaming up with famous explorer ship-sailing captain fellow Robert Gray, whom you've probably never heard of, the two bros made history, leading the first U.S. expedition to the Pacific Northwest, where they established a strong fur trade route. This was mainly trading goods like mirrors and knives to purchase sea otter pellets from local natives. Hey, gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
Aww.
Kendrick also made himself at home in Hawaii in the late 1700s. There, he built up a pretty lucrative sandalwood trade hub, harvesting the wood in Hawaii and shipping it off to China, who treasured the luscious lumber for its durability, medicinal and therapeutic properties, and of course, its smell. Oh, that's good wood. So Kendrick spent many a year just jamming as much of his wood as he could into China's supple trading ports, skipping back and forth across the Pacific Pond between mainland China and the Hawaiian Islands. But Hawaii, historically speaking, often had a bunch of fighting between chiefs of the different islands. Each chief, understandably enough, wanted to expand their respective territories and influence. Well, when returning to the islands in 1794, Kendrick found Hawaii to be in complete turmoil, with two chiefs duking it out to be the big chief in charge. One of the tribes was being supplied by Captain William Brown, a proper Brit who was willing to get some land for the British crown. Kendrick replied he too supplied a chief of great renown, and put to the test Kendrick did his best to smack the captain down. So in December of 1794, a battle commenced with Captain Brown supporting the chief of Oahu and Kendrick supporting the chief of Kauai. How cute. The tropical tussle ended with Kendrick's side being victorious, inspiring him to celebrate the only way a true American knows how, by firing off loud guns. As planned, Kendrick's ship had ignited a volley of cannon fire. Although his side had lost, Captain Brown, determined to uphold proper British etiquette, agreed to discharge a volley of his own cannons in Kendrick's honor. Oh, this turtle soup is to die for.
Did he hit him? Yep.
Well, that's what you get for slurping your soup. Ugh, turns out in a complete honest mistake, Captain Brown forgot to unload shot from one of his cannons before firing it off. Some historical accounts claim that grape shot tore through Kendrick's cabin, creating complete chaos and quickly killing the competent captain as he crunched on a collation of consumables.
Oh, sorry about that. It's completely my fault.
Jack Daniels.
Yep, that Jack Daniel. The two first-name having freak who founded the famous Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey Company. You know, that succulent spirit that did, will, or is getting you through those tough college days or life in general. That's the one. Well, little Jackie Boy was born in Tennessee in the mid-1800s as the youngest of 10, mainly because his birth was the one that sent his beloved mother skyward. Very sad. Now, unfortunately, not much is known about Jack's early life because them town records don't went caught fire. Most of the insight that we do have into Jack's life actually comes from the Jack Daniels Company historical records. Teeny Tiny Jack, the youthful entrepreneur that he was, yearned for work at the ripe old age of 8. The man to answer Jack's call was this guy, Dan Call, a preacher, a screecher, and one distilling creature. And of course, it would be here that Jack would find his calling. Something about Jack caught Dan's eye, and he saw real potential in the little tyke. This boy's gonna make a fine whiskey one day, I tell you what. And so, according to company history, an 8-year-old Jack began learning the art and science of distillation from one Nathan Green, a master distiller and slave under Dan Call. Fast forward several years and Dan hit a crossroad. Given an ultimatum by his wife, Dan had to choose between his relationship with his tasty spirits or the Holy Spirit. The Reverend chose his Lord and Savior, saving his soul and his liver in the process. In that choice, Dan had sold his prized distillery to none other than his favorite pupil, Jack Daniel, whose first act as new owner was to hire on his friend and mentor Nathan Green as the company's master distiller. He also employed Nathan's 2 adult sons and, later down the line, his grandsons. Now, the Jack Daniels website really emphasizes that Jack never owned slaves. So if you disagree, don't look at me. I'm just a guy on the internet. A man of all business and no pleasure, Jack never married nor had any children of his own. He did, however, take his nephews under his wing to learn the business, eventually handing the distillery down to them in 1907 once his health bar had reached a solid yellow. But it would be a few years later in 1911 before Jack would kick the bucket, or in this case, something much heavier. According to legend, Jack Daniel, now in his 60s or so, had forgotten the combination to a personal safe housing a bunch of valuables like safes are typically designed to do. In his frustration, Jack tried to solve the problem in true US Southerner fashion, by putting a boot up its ass. But since a safe has buns of literal steel, Jack instead broke his toe, causing a severe blood infection. Jack Daniel reportedly died of blood poisoning on October 9th, 1911. But is this story true?
No, I don't think so. I can't imagine that. Dying from stubbing your toe. I mean, he kicked it, to be fair, but still.
Here's a rather recent one for you. Back in 1993, when the world was witnessing the birth of the internet, Czechoslovakia was checking out, and President Clinton was gearing up to suck or be sucked at his job, Gary Hoy was about to meet his untimely death. An extremely successful...
If it was rusty enough, can confirm that would do it. I would assume he would wear shoes, though. But maybe not, I guess. Lesson learned, don't kick your safe. Yep. It's not safe, you could say.
Successful business partner and corporate and securities law specialist for the Holden Day Wilson law firm in Toronto, Canada, Gary was living it up.
It isn't safe to kick this out. Ah, streamer advantage. I only have to say it, not write it.
But he would quickly learn that it's a long fall from the top. Gary had a reputation as a very personable guy, always loving to talk to people, share wisdom, and loved cracking a few jokes here and there. But on July 9th, 1993, one of Gary's jokes would fall flat. While attending a reception in the office on a Friday, Gary decided to give a tour of the office to a group of accounting and law students, which of course was a typical routine for Gary's charismatic character. But what happens next would be cemented in the minds of everyone around him. While on the tour of the 24th floor office, Gary decided to whip out his signature move. Boasting about the structural integrity of Canadian architecture and the seemingly unbreakable glass office windows,
Oh no.
Gary charged...
I immediately knew what was gonna happen. He's gonna jump against it, it's gonna break, and he's gonna fly out.
full speed towards one of said windows, a party trick he apparently had performed successfully many times in the past. Typical Gary. But this time, he was also successful. Gary bounced right off of the glass without a hitch, to the applause and laughter of the students. Y'all wanna sit and do it
wait.
again?
Is he actually gonna have, like, brain damage or something? No. That's even worse.
No, not really. Gary was about to push his luck, and a little too hard on the window. Gary charged once more, hitting the glass at a sprint. Now, to his credit, the glass didn't break, but the entire window frame dislodged from its setting, causing Gary to plunge the full 24 stories to his death.
Oh,
The
God.
students and various colleagues stood paralyzed and horror-struck after witnessing Gary's fall. Not to mention the
Fucking
witnesses on
Gary.
the ground where Hoy's body had landed. Following the incident, many of the firm's lawyers received professional counseling, but some chose to part ways with the company, eventually leading to its full closure in 1996. Talk about having a falling out. Each of us wants to accomplish our own big
Not a good
motivational
idea to
concrete
sprint into
goals
your
before
windows.
crossing
Yup.
the eternal finish line. A loving family, traveling the world,
That's
subscribing to this
why,
channel,
Lil Jon sang, to the window, not through the window. Imagine your death literally disbanding a law firm. Yeah, true.
do right now.
And it's not even because the law firm did anything bad.
But as the Rolling Stones once said, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, I forget the rest. Anyway, this is Frank Hayes, and he has his own goal, to win a race. A horse race. Problem is, though, he is no professional jockey. A young Irish fella born in Ireland in 1901, Frank grew up as a stable boy and eventually an apprentice horse trainer under James Frayling, a wealthy gent who owned and bred professional racing horses. Paying close attention to Frank's rather small stature, Frayling gave Frank an opportunity to
horse.
race as a jockey. And he lost. But apparently not too bad, because he was given a second chance in 1923. One small snag in this plan, however, was that Frank was a tad too heavy.
I was about to say.
Jockeys were required to weigh less than 130 pounds in order to qualify for racing. Ideally, the slimmer and sleeker your jockey is, the less of a burden he is for the horse,
Makes
allowing
sense.
for a higher potential speed. Less mass, go fast. And so, Frank was given a doozy of a task. Lose 12 pounds in a few days. And that's a big ask for someone already in a healthy weight range, but Frank was determined to strap in the saddle once more.
Yeah, that sounds
what I can
crazy.
only imagine were extremely unhealthy choices, the frail Frank ended up making the cut and was given the thumbs up to participate in the race, though he was nowhere near expected to win, with him and his horse only given 20-1 odds. On June 4th,
Damn.
1923, Frank mounted his horse named Sweet Kiss and prepared to travel around the track. The racers were off, and Sweet Kiss quickly trailed behind the group. However, in the
Epona.
final stretch, Sweet Kiss apparently kicked in maximum overdrive and managed to close the gap, with Frank appearing locked in, closely hugging the horse's neck. In an extreme upset,
Is he
Sweet
dead?
Kiss actually
He's
won
dead,
the
isn't
race
he?
by a pretty respectable lead. But after dropping from a gallop to a canter to a walk, Frank was still closely gripping the steed. Frank Hayes was dead. During the race, Frank's heart gave out.
Hey, at least he won. Wait, if you need to be smaller and shorter to be a horse jockey, then why is the profession not spearheaded by Peter Dinklage? Because Peter Dinklage would call it bigoted to actually hire small people for small people jobs. Such an idiot, to be honest, Peter Dinklage. Jesus.
Presumably from the extreme and unhealthily fast weight drop sustained to get into the race.
But it makes so much sense for people with dwarfism to be horse jockeys, yeah. So to be fair, maybe your feet need to reach, like, you know, to give the horse the spores and shit. Maybe you need to reach low with your legs or some shit. I don't know. I'm just theorizing. Also, I don't know how safe they would sit in a saddle. That could probably be fixed, right? You could put like a safety belt on them or something. This totally right.
The first place. So yeah, Sweet Kiss carried a corpse across the finish line.
To be fair, when I read the first sentence, like if you need to be smaller and shorter to be a horse jockey, I immediately thought about like, oh, the next sentence is gonna be, and why am I not a horse jockey or something? Like, as in you, not me, but since you're pretty small.
Frank Hayes photo finished into the great beyond at the age of 22. Or
I'm
35,
too fat to
depending
be
on
a horse
whatever source
jockey,
you read.
are you?
I know that's a big discrepancy, but welcome to history. Unfortunately, Sweet Kiss, now superstitiously dubbed Sweet
Hey,
Kiss,
didn't prevent this dude. And he literally won the race after he lost weight. Could be you, Rebel. I mean, you might die, but this could be you.
of death,
Could
never
be a
ran
winner in
another
horse
race as
racing.
Jockeys refused to mount the mare, fearing a similar fate. So of course, it was the end of her show,
Oh,
and she got
no.
her final curtain call. Human sacrifice is a noble tradition that has been going on since
A
the dawn of
noble
civilization.
tradition.
Whether it's to make your king happy, appease the gods, or just a creative way of getting
Motherfucker really said human sacrifice is a noble tradition. 90 pounds heavier than the requirement for horse jockeys. Damn, that sucks. Too bad. And too small to be the horse.
rid of an annoying neighbor.
Guess only betting on horse racing is possible.
You can bet that a classic heart-stealing, skull-splitting sacrifice
Get off horses, so works out. Yeah, horses are scary. Like, those things are actually, like, really, really tall. And, like, horses are massive. And plenty of people have died from getting kicked by one. I totally get that. Like, I would also prefer not to get close to one. I had one sneeze on my hand when I tried to feed it once, though. I mean, that's fine, right? If you're at the front, you're probably not gonna get hurt too much. Like, the horse really can't do too much to you. Like, I used to, like, feed apples and shit to a horse and something when we well, like vacation or something, and there were like was like a horse farm. Like you'd go there with an apple, give it to the horse.
This will get the job done. So let's take a look at how different societies used to willingly depopulate themselves for the greater good. Imagine you spend most, if not all of your life serving one.
What is he carrying? Missiles. Yeah, sure. Butt rockets.
Guy, the Pharaoh. Well, one day he just keels over from choking on a scarab and you say to yourself, oh thank God, your years of servitude are over. Only to find out that the Pharaoh handpicked you and your buddies to serve him in the afterlife.
Oh, yeah, you get buried with him.
Make matters worse, you look around to see all of your bros celebrating like Ra himself just showed up to the
How
party.
do you choke on a scarab? I mean, I don't know, you yawn or something and it flies in your mouth? I don't know. Maybe it crawled in his sleep. Like crawled into his mouth in his sleep. Who knows?
Are you fucking kidding me? You say to yourself as a
You
sword
gotta chew it first and not choking.
is rammed
I mean,
into your
true.
delicate tummy. Your body is then mummified and you're entombed with Pharaoh and the boys for all eternity. This is basically how retainer sacrifices went. Since pharaohs were seen as gods in human form, they were treated as such, requiring countless servants to tend to their every need. Like a lot of civilizations, ancient Egyptians believed in an afterlife where you could continue to do what you do without the fragility of mortality.
So, what I learned is that Anubis, like, basically tests you. And you either go to, what is their heaven, their paradise, or you get eaten by this bitch. The crocodile. I don't know I don't remember what her name is. It's not Sobek. I know that.
Of course, pharaohs didn't want
That's a
to
different
spend eternity
crocodile
having
god.
to do things themselves. That's for poor people. So there were instances where pharaohs would arrange to have servants
Why are they carrying dildos?
or even close family members sacrifice to accompany them into the next life. Evidence shows that those chosen for eternal untipped servitude willingly
Missiles.
gave their lives as a sign of everlasting devotion to their pharaoh. Dumbasses. Examination of the bodies showed no signs of struggle or trauma, suggesting that they most likely cast themselves into the shadow realm sipping on an arsenic brewski. Retainer sacrifices were rare, and some of the only evidence of its practice dates back to the first dynasty of Egypt around 3000 BC, but it has also been seen in other ancient cultures like Sumerians and Chinese, though the practice seemed to have faded in popularity as time went on. My guess is the pool for volunteers dried up once they realized they could just be like, yeah, sure, Pharaoh, we'll be right behind you. Wink.
Oh, Japan.
Imagine you take the time to build a nice bridge to cross a pesky river. That's a nice bridge right there. But it suddenly gets washed away by a rush of water because rivers, am I right?
That was the
Oh,
wave
toot, you
thing.
say, slapping your knee, but you don't let it get you down just yet. You can rebuild, and so you do, but damn it! Huh,
The
looks
painting.
like something really doesn't
The
want you
famous
building
one.
a bridge there. The gods? A nature spirit? Poor structural integrity from a lack of engineering experience? Whatever the case, you're left with no choice. You have to reliably cross that river. It's time to start sacrificing! Japan is no stranger to odd practices to appease spirits, and Hitobashira is one of them. Translating to human pillar, the practice was used to basically bless new construction projects with good fortune.
What?
Dang, this project is 3 weeks behind schedule. Well, in you go, Martha.
Damn, that's stupid.
Sir, the budgets have just been coincidentally increased. It's a miracle! It was a common belief that disturbing the earth for means of construction would piss off the local spirits around the land, cursing the structure to an untimely demise. Well, that's not so great for the portfolio's ROI, so builders needed some insurance that their castles and bridges were going to at least have a few centuries of durability against some spooky specters. Victims, or
So they make more
volunteers
spooky
would
specters.
be handpicked to sacrifice themselves to serve this greater purpose. In their sacrifice, they would become a guardian spirit for the structure, protecting it from natural elements or enemy attacks. To be honest, I give up my life so a Denny's could serve for all eternity.
Oh yeah, sure. That's gonna make you want to protect the bridge if you like get murdered for it because of the thing.
Famous sites that use some human reinforcement are the Maruoka Castle in Sakai and the Matsuejo Castle in Matsue. Those being sacrificed would be provided a small, comfy hole in which to be buried alive, forever entombed under or near the new construction. The
It's
practice
even worse. You get buried alive?
was common up until the 16th century when people started to realize, yeah, that makes no sense, and declared it inhumane. Although there is evidence that the practice continued up to the 20th century.
What?
I guess some traditions just don't die. but the
Excuse
people
me? 20th century? Like 100 years ago?
Ah, Mayans. Probably the first thing you think of when you hear human sacrifice in your everyday conversation.
Yes, that's the first thing I thought about too. I'm gonna be real. The Mayans.
Decapitation, ripping out hearts, throwing people in pits, they had it all.
Or
Dating as far
Aztecs.
back as
I don't
250 AD, the Mayan people were big on human sacrifice as an ultimate offering to the gods if they really wanted something dire, be it fertility to save them
South
from
American
famine,
stuff.
or rainfall to save them from drought. The unfortunate thing is that droughts and famine eventually subside naturally, so the Mayans never got a good feedback loop that their sacrifices were in vain. They really just kept doing it until their problems were solved. And to their credit, there was definitely no lack of imagination on how to lower their population density either. Those eligible for the privilege of getting sliced and diced onto the village charcuterie board
Yeah.
were typically high value.
Oh, it didn't work? That just means we need to sacrifice another one until it works. Oh, look. It's raining. It worked. After like 30 sacrifices. Yeah, no shit. Eventually it's gonna rain.
Value prisoners of war from rival societies, as they were seen as a better offering to the gods. These smelly, unpopular captives would typically be forced into labor, building all of the structures that their friends just died for. Oh yeah, ritualistic offerings were also performed for things like new construction or appointing a new ruler. Nothing like breaking ground by shoving the shovel into your buddy's skull. Thanks, gods. The main goal of sacrifice was to extract blood from their victims as tribute. Of course, getting your sacrifice to bleed was the easy part, but Mayans like to put on a good show. Lobbing heads off, ripping their still beating hearts from their chests, and chucking their bodies down a bunch of steps, slamming numerous arrows into their chests, simple cutting and draining, all very effective at getting that sweet red good out from their bodies. The blood was often smeared across images of the gods that they wished to appease, with the remaining blood and corpsey bits burned to complete the tribute. In case you were wondering, Aztecs performed very similar sacrifices, though a bit more grand. For example, during the reconsecration of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan, it is estimated that more than 80,000 prisoners were sacrificed,
Holy
reducing
shit.
crime rate 143% overnight. Even though we are grateful every day for the invention of olive oil, Greece has a pretty dark history. When times were looking grim thanks to the usual suspects of famine, war, or plague, it was deemed necessary to make a sacrifice to purify the community. Roughly translating to scapegoat, pharmakos was the ritualistic sacrifice or exile of a person or group of people. Those typically chosen for the
Exile.
task were slaves, cripples, or criminals. You could even be chosen if you were just plain ugly. Those people were seen as
Makes
impure
sense.
and a blight on their society, thus causing all
That truly is the worst crime of all.
of the misfortunes. Tomatoes
Oh,
not
you
growing
were
right?
born ugly?
Just blame Nasty Nick down the road. Yeah, he's guilty.
Ah!
The
Stop
ritual
it.
can go one of two ways. Either the victim is completely sacrificed, or is just exiled. Typically, full-on sacrifice was reserved for the worst of criminals, where they could just be thrown off a cliff into the sea or burned on a pyre. Although it has to be said that many modern history dorks say this probably never happened, so who knows? There are stories from Athens that each year during a harvest festival called Thargelia, the ugliest man and woman would be well fed and paraded through the city. This is nice. But then they would just get absolutely demolished with sticks and branches and kicked
Damn.
out of the city. Well, that's what you get for ruining my tomatoes.
Well, to be fair, better to be exiled than be fucking
Marriage
murdered.
can be one of the happiest moments in a person's life.
You have
dedicate
cake,
the rest of your life
nice.
ensuring prosperity, safety, and care for your partner.
I have Nutella
But what
biscuits.
happens once till death do you part becomes reality? Why, you sacrifice yourself, of course. Back around 320 AD, Hindu women would often opt into the practice of sati, in which they would sacrifice themselves to the funeral pyre of their recently deceased husbands.
I love Nutella so much, but it's so expensive. Yeah, they were on sale. Otherwise, I wouldn't buy them. Because they're so expensive. But these biscuits are actually really, really good.
This was seen as an ultimate sacrifice and a sign of utmost devotion as they would follow their loved ones into the spirit world. The grieving widows would either softly lay next to their dearly departed or 720 laser flip their way onto the funeral pyre as it burned, which was pretty metal. As time went on, women became a little bit
The cookie ones. Let me see if I can pull up a picture. Not products, images. Open image, new tab. These. I don't like the bready ones too much. Yeah, they're really fucking good. I don't know how it is in America. I assume Nutella tastes very different in America, like most chocolate. From what I've heard, most chocolate in America tastes worse. And even here, like, Nutella in Germany is very different than Nutella in Italy, actually.
more reluctant to just throwing themselves willy-nilly into fire because, like, maybe they wanted to live instead? But thanks to good old societal pressures, these women were more or less forced to the flame. Widows who had no children were seen as nothing but a burden on society since they could not remarry and therefore had no further use. According to a website I found when researching this, the practice of sati was highest between the 15th and 18th centuries, with as many as 1,000 widows blazing it each year. I mean,
it's crazy how recent some of this stuff was. Like that one went on until like the 20th century. That one was really shocking.
I've heard of hot single women in my area, but this is ridiculous. Thankfully, the practice was officially
the Japanese
banned
one,
in
I think.
1929. So there you have it. Societies have gone through a lot of sacrifices throughout history and still do even today. For example, I sacrifice my time making these videos trying to convince you that I'm funny, and you sacrifice your time confirming that I'm not. But hey, that's showbiz, baby.
I'd say he's
if you're
pretty
gonna be
funny.
Executed, you'd probably want the process to be relatively quick and painless, be it one fell swoop from the guillotine, a short drop and a sudden stop, or just getting injected with night-night juice. But sometimes, things don't go according to plan. So let's see how it all went wrong for a few poor unfortunate souls.
Ooh. Very funny, to be honest, yeah. Margaret
If
Cole.
you're getting your melon chopped off, you're gonna want two things: a sharp blade and a trained executioner. Poor Margaret Pole got maybe one of those. Once the very wealthy Countess of Salisbury
Why does she look like a squid? She looks like Voldemort with a squid head.
not the steak, Margaret fell from the good graces of King Henry VIII when she called girl boss on him for divorcing his first wife, Catherine of Aragon. Henry brushed this off, but was set over the edge when Margaret's very influential Catholic cardinal son, Reginald Pole, also scolded him, but from a safe distance over in Italy.
Hey, Henry, you suck.
The proud Protestant king responded, being all right, bet, and imprisoned Margaret, Reginald, and the rest of her family in the Tower of London.
That'll teach you.
Margaret was held for 2.5 years in the Tower in actually pretty fair conditions, with her own personal servants and lavish clothing, until one morning when she got a surprise visitor. Hey, Margaret, how's it going? You look great, by the way. I love that dress. So listen, yeah, you're gonna be executed today. Okay, bye! That morning on May 27th, 1541, Margaret was led to a courtyard to have her dome knocked off. Unfortunately for her, the main executioner had been sent away to fight some rebels, so his intern filled in. Generally, executions are supposed to be swift and smooth.
Yeah.
Not this one. The inexperienced executioner couldn't chop worth shit, so he ended up just hacking Margaret's back and neck to bits.
Jesus Christ.
Oops. It took 11 swings to finally detach head from body.
Holy shit.
Now, if you're going to be executed, you might as well have done something pretty cool to deserve it. Take Robert Francois Damier, for example. As a very French man, he hated his very French king, King Louis XV, because reasons. Well,
I
in
don't speak
1757,
peasant.
he decided to channel that hatred into something productive, like developing an elaborate plan to kill the king. As the merry monarch was entering his carriage at the Palace of Versailles, Damier mashed the A button to rush past the bodyguards and stab the king with a penknife. Fortunately for King Louis, his thick-ass royal king coat was thick enough to stop the pen from doing any severe damage, and the pen
Nice.
only penetrated less than half of an inch into his chest, causing nothing but a flesh wound. Damier was immediately arrested, convicted, and sentenced to be drawn and quartered by horses.
Not
Now,
nice.
if you're unfamiliar with such an execution method, it's exactly as it sounds.
Yep.
No, not that. There we go.
Help.
A rope is tied around each limb and strapped to a horse. 4 limbs, 4 horses. They then pull in opposite directions until your limbs pop out of their sockets one by one. Real fun stuff. Well, that's how it's supposed to go. Reportedly, Damier had stubborn anatomy that just refused to separate at all. So, to make things a little bit easier, his arms and legs had their tendons cut to make the ripping easier. After his last limb detached, he was reported to have still been alive. So his stumpy, bloody torso was burned to finish the job.
Ugh.
Bit overkill for a little scratch with a penknife, but whatever.
Ketchum? Thomas
Thomas
Ketchum?
Ketchum, who has no relation to the world-famous Pokemon trainer,
What?
was an
Ketchum?
infamous American outlaw who would give Arthur Morgan a run
That's
for his
what-
money.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Ketchum,
yeah.
also known as Black
That's
Jack,
what it means.
had his own posse of cowboys for some rootin', tootin', robbin', and shootin'. Ketchum and his gang terrorized the Wild West in the late 1800s with a string of shootouts, robberies, murders, but they had bigger ambitions with heftier payouts. That's when Tom decided to go for gold. Literal gold. On trains. He was gonna rob trains.
Oh, it was a
With his
term that
brothers-
wasn't accurate to its name. Guess not. No. It's actually... yeah. That's... pretty brutal.
Sam at his side, the two robbed trains to the tune of a modern-day equivalent of a few $1 million over the years. But eventually, their luck ran out. On a solo run, Sam was injured in a shootout, arrested, and died of an infection of his wounds a few days later. Tom,
shoot
unaware
both
that his
of you.
brother just bit the dust robbing a train, made an attempt on the very same train just a month later. At this point, the train conductor's a little sick of getting robbed, so he pulled an Uno
Polar
reverse card on
Express.
Tom, using a shotgun to blast away his elbow. The train
Damn.
chugged away, and Tom was left injured on the wayside, where he was later arrested by law enforcement. For his countless crimes over the years, Tom was sentenced to death by hanging. Unfortunately for Tom, though, the small New Mexico town had no experience
Guess he wasn't
actually
the
hanging
best
him,
they ever
so
was.
they did the best they could. Gallows? Check. Prisoner? Check.
That's what happened to Edge
Length of
Ketchum's
hanging
dad.
rope. I don't know. The gallows were tested with a 200-pound sack of flour, which seemed to have been successful. But the problem here is that the same rope that was tested was reused for the execution, so that 200-pound sack made the rope really tight. Since Tom was notorious at this point, crowds flocked to witness his execution. On April 26, 1901, the rope was placed around Tom's neck and the trapdoor was sprung. The townsfolk ended up getting way more than they bargained for. The long, tight rope instantly decapitated Tom once he reached the apex of his final descent. He should have quit,
Damn.
but now he's just ahead. But at least he made a cool postcard. Hey, quick side note here. So I'm realizing that there's like no image resources for this section, so I hope you don't mind some crude artwork. King Cal Lorso...
Yeah.
GL
GL.
was the second woman in entire history to be
Understandable.
put to death by gunfire. Being a nanny to the 6-year-old son of a wealthy business family, she was promptly fired because But that didn't sit too well with her. In a desperate attempt to get some money, she, along with several accomplices, had kidnapped the 6-year-old for ransom. They had demanded 200,000 Thai baht, or $6,000, for the release of the boy. After the terrified family failed to follow the exact directions of where to bring the ransom money, the young boy was brutally beaten and buried alive.
Whoa.
GL had attempted to save the boy with whom she had grown fond of, but failed to do so. GL and her accomplices were quickly arrested and sentenced to death by firing squad.
I don't believe it.
Thailand did.
I don't believe she actually tried to help him. Not gonna lie. I think that's just what the defense probably said.
Firing squad's a bit different from what you'd expect. Instead of lining a blindfolded prisoner to a wall with several gunmen taking aim, the prisoner is instead tied facing backward on a wooden cross. A concealing screen is put up with a target pointing in the vicinity of the prisoner's heart, and a rifle is lined up to the target. A single executioner is instructed to fire up to 15 shots at the target, guaranteeing the prisoner's death. On January 13th, 1979, GL was executed and carted off to the morgue, and all seemed to have been successful. But that thought quickly evaporated once GL was found screaming her frickin' head off in the morgue and attempting to stand up. But why wasn't the execution successful, you might ask? Well, I'll tell you if you just wait a minute.
Did she maybe have that defect where the heart is on the wrong side of the chest? Yeah, you thought the same thing.
Jeez. It turns out that GL's genetics played a prank on her. She was diagnosed with situs inversus, meaning that all of her organs were mirrored to how they normally should be, with her heart on her right side of her chest rather than her left. So those initial shots all missed her heart entirely, and instead of killing her, just ended up hurting a lot. She was instantly pulled from the morgue, set up once more on the cross, and given another volley of justice seeds to the back.
High five, Rebel. Honestly, fuck her. If you kill a child, yeah, deserved. Fuck it.
When it comes to new inventions, they usually go through rigorous testing and tweaks to perfect their function before being put on the market for commercial use. Well, since the electric chair wasn't a commercial product, who cares? Improvements can be made later on once enough testing is performed. William Kemmler was such a
50% foot, 50% ball.
test subject. A poor businessman and a drunk, Kemmler often found himself in trouble. According to an article in the New York Times, on March 29, 1889, Kemmler was recovering from a drinking binge the night before when he became enraged with his wife, Tilly Ziegler. He accused her of stealing from him and preparing to run away with a friend of his. When the argument had reached a peak, Kemmler calmly went to the barn out back, grabbed a hatchet, and returned to the house. He struck Tilly repeatedly, killing her.
Yeah, kill him.
He then went to a neighbor's house and announced that he had just murdered his wife.
Yeah.
Kemmler was arrested, swiftly convicted of first-degree murder, and sentenced to be executed by a brand new invention. On August 6, 1890, Kemmler was brought to the chair. He reportedly did not resist in any way and willingly accepted his punishment. After being secured and wishing everyone farewell, the switch was thrown. 1,000 volts were put through Kemmler's body for 17 agonizing seconds. Kemmler was unconscious, but alive. The voltage was doubled and power was thrown again. This is where things became spectacular. It was reported
did he
by
go up in
witnesses that
flames?
Kemmler's blood vessels ruptured and blood under his skin and his entire body caught fire.
Yep, that's what I thought.
The entire execution room filled with the foul odor of burning flesh, causing many witnesses to panic and flee. The execution lasted 8 terrifying minutes. An autopsy showed that Kemmler's skull had burnt to a crisp and his brain cooked to a tender medium rare.
It looks stunning.
The New York Times later published a review stating that the executioner would have done better with an axe.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's the video, if you wanna like it. Just in case, or if you want to see more of him. But it's a compilation channel, not the main channel, but honestly, I like long videos more. Because I can just have them on in the background, or, you know, when I'm in bed. Don't have to worry about, like, the stupid algorithm putting some bullshit in there after a video finishes. Long videos are better for my attention span. I actively avoid videos shorter than 50 minutes. Yes, same. Not necessarily because of the attention span, but I just enjoy it more, honestly. Wait, huh? Guess something might have gone wrong with Zany's collab. YouTube Shorts and TikTok ruin the ability to sit through longer videos, so I tend to only watch the longer ones. Yeah, I mean, I don't really watch Shorts or TikTok. But let's rate Zany. I'm not sure why why Gramix, the one he's collabing with, isn't streaming, but I guess it is what it is. They're playing It Takes Two. If you watched Zany and me, we played the game after that, Split Fiction together. So it's probably good. I probably would watch it because I probably want to play it myself eventually. It's like, I think one of those games, if you experience it, like, it's not worth playing anymore, you know what I mean? Yeah, anyways, I'll be back tomorrow with, I don't know what. Maybe that island too. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a great whatever time it is for you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ultra, thank you for your raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We're currently playing It Takes Two. We're going through our divorce, yeah. Kremix and I are divorcing, yeah. And how was your stream, High Lord?
Wow, you didn't even introduce me? Wow.
I'm on it. Just wait. Holy guacamole. I'm here with Kremix today. Hello. Introduce yourself.
I'm Grim. I'm Grim Reaper tuber.
A Grim Reaper being YouTuber.
And I love Moss Energy.
Aye, mana.
I love my pokey zany.
Yeah, well, you fight at the boss.